How's everybody doing tonight? Are we ready to play ourselves the third and final game in the Spark trilogy? Because it's kind of been a thing for years on the stream. We keep on looking at these Spark the Electric Jester games, and at this point there's only one more left, and I don't know there'll be any more after this. From what I can see, the dev is moving on to newer projects, so this may be the last one. We'll find out. But we're going to be playing the third one tonight. Not sure how this one's gonna go, because I liked the first game. That was pretty interesting. But it was kind of long in some areas. Then you get to the second game, and it had the exact opposite problem. It was very short, but also didn't really feel like it was a sequel. It felt more like a spin-off, because you even play as Spark, the guy's name that's in the title. He wasn't even there at all. So, yeah, I don't know really what to think about the second one. It's just kind of there, in my opinion. So third one's gonna be different. But yeah, hey Matt, how you doing? I'm gonna go ahead at this point and just get some stuff set up, because I want to talk about like the history with this too. Because again, we've streamed these games for years upon years at this point. So first one we played literally 5 years ago. And this one, I remember giving me a lot of weird technical issues. I think the first one was the worst on this regard, just because of the first game syndrome. It had a lot of weird optimization problems, and not to mention there was a lot of other weird quirks too. Like with this screen here, for example, this pause screen, that's a different window. So there's a lot of weird quirks like that. I had to do a very weird setup for it, but outside of technical stuff, the game was fun. It's very much like a 2D Sonic with Kirby-like abilities, and it's really interesting. Then you get to a new playthrough, which we did after the fact. Fark's playthrough was the end of 2019, and he was just basically a different way of playing the game. Just same character, in a sense, when it came to gameplay. And I guess the dev really liked this character, because he decided, you know what? This character's story, because he plays very much like the first one in general, very much like Spark. Let's make a whole second game out of this guy. Because the second game is nothing but this Fark guy, excuse me. Just get him on the set screen for this. Yeah, it's just this character. It's just Fark. And it was kind of interesting for that reason, but it is a 3D game. And Spark the Electric Jester 3 goes back to the roots of Spark himself, but keeps the 3D elements here. From what I understand, it's much more polished, because some things about this game, it did lack some polish, lacks some of the extra powers that the first game had, so not exactly sure how this is going to compare, but well, there's only one way to find out, right? So let's go ahead and boot the game up and see how it plays. Get rid of that music at that point. Don't need any more. Thanks for that little affiliate anniversary thing. That's another thing. Tonight we're celebrating the 7 years of being a Twitch affiliate. I have been a part of the program now for a very long time. Doesn't feel like 7 years. Got the said status in 2017, so it's been a while. I also want to see if, can I show this really quick? Because I was testing this game earlier, and I had a very interesting thing. I just want to see if I can hook my my MSI Afterburner overlay, because I just want to show people the frame rate of this game when it launches, because it's funny. Just got to give me a sec. I will reboot just to show this one thing. There is the overlay. Perfect. So you can see it right now in the top left corner. It says 120 FPS. I'm going to reboot the game, right? And I want you to see exactly what happens. But to do that, I'm going to change the parameters here, this hook typing. That way it gets it instantaneously. So I'm running at my monitor's native output. I do 120 just for consistency for frame rates on stream. But watch what happens now when I boot the game. Okay, well, for one, it's got to rehook itself, which I don't know if it will or not. There it goes. Yeah, look at that frame rate. Look at it go, man. This game's going up at 1900 FPS. Oh, yeah, baby. We got all the oh, I saw 2004 there for a second. Oh, we're playing with mad FPSs tonight. Oh, 2016. Oh, man. We got a lot of FPSs. Yeah, take all this with a grain of salt. 2100, I saw that. It's so dumb. So, yeah, take that with a grain of salt. When the game is loading in, the engine isn't active yet for a frame rate cap, so it's just doing whatever the heck. It's so funny. It has nothing to do with the main game's performance. You'll see when we get in, it's not going to change past 120. And in fact, at this stage, we're getting rid of the frame rate counter because that does cause problems with OBS, so I don't want to break anything else. So, let me just put things back to how they were. There we go. Alright, so let's jump in. We're going to stick with what the game has default here, so platforming difficulty, we're going to be on normal. Doesn't seem we can go anything past normal, though, but it does have a casual mode. Spark's a little slower and floatier in this difficulty. Choose this if you're new to 3D platformers or haven't played a game of this type much before. Then you have easy, not much different from normal, but with some changes to avoid frustration. For example, landing on rails is much easier, but it also might be more difficult to get out of a rail. Might be best if you haven't played many 3D platformers. We're sticking with normal because, as it says, this is the original intended difficulty from the dev. So, might feel a little too twitchy for some players, so at that point you may bump it down. But we're going to stick with that. In combat difficulty, we'll leave it here on Electric Jester. It seems like it has a lot of different modes, so easy Jester, easy enough to have fun, should be perfect for those new to the game. Electric might be best for first-time players, but still might be a little hard if you're not used to this type of game. We played Spark 1 and 2. I'm still very familiar with how this plays, so it should be fine. Hard Gesture, just enough challenge, won't be too easy, won't be too hard. Best choice, very familiar with Spark 2. That's what this is based off of for gameplay. Hardcore Jester, for those looking for a little more challenge. Yeah, health is halved compared to the previous difficulty. And then Challenge Jester is a special mode where you can only take 2 hits, and you cannot hold your block. As compensation, you also deal more damage by default. So you're a glass cannon in Challenge Jester mode, but that glass cannon does have a little bit of a buff, so this is probably the fastest way to play through the game if you're comfortable with the combat, but again, we're sticking with Electric Jester mode. This basically is going to play like Spark 2. And I'm good with that, so let's go. So while this cutscene's going, I need to grab my water because I almost forgot to move it over here. It's over my other table, not my desk. How else is supposed to drink my sorrows away? I noticed, though, I will say this, because I only booted up the game for a little bit just to test things. So I've seen a little bit of the first level, but I will say this game has very weird loading times for whatever reason. Very long. Beep, beep, beep. So that's a way to start. Just drive through a barricade at Mach speed. Also, where did Spark get the car? I don't know. There we go. Stage 1, Terminal Village. The Alpine Carrier. But this is what I was talking about with the loading times. They're kinda egregious, and I don't understand why, because I'm playing this game off of an SSD. An NVMe one, nonetheless. So this has blazing fast speeds. And the game is loading like it's off of an old spinning drive. It's weird. I don't know why it's taking forever to load in certain areas. Maybe they'll get better. It could be an engine problem, I think. Got a boost. Oh, apparently these are hazards. Good to know. I got a little more boost in me. Don't know what these flying creatures are supposed to really do to me, because they're just existing. They're not really doing much to harm me. Oh my gosh, we're going through a loop with this car? Alright. Yeah, that's how you know this game isn't real, because we would have fallen on a roof trying to do that in real life, no matter what speed we go. We're going at 200 right now. Looks like it's 200 kilometers. It's nice they also have a miles per hour converter just built in. That's neat. I saw that Jester dash. I'm doing this when I'm holding the B button. And there you go. First stage. Already done. Fast and easy one. I kind of expect that for the first stage. Because more of a tutorial. Although it's like mostly car. And then you have like 5 seconds of moving on the ground. So not much of a tutorial, honestly. I'll get more of that later. So special medals. Each stage has a set of special goals. Those special goals are speed medal, score medal, and explore medal. Speed medals can be attained by beating a stage quickly. You can see a threshold for obtaining a speed medal in the world map. You select your desired stage. Not all stages have speed medals though. So not every stage is possible to beat super fast, if that's the case. Score medals can be attained by getting a certain amount of score. You can see the amount necessary in the world map at selecting the stage. And all stages have score medals. Okay, select speed. And score is obtained by collecting collectibles, destroying enemies and objects. Not all objects are destructible. You can get more score by increasing your score multiplier. Everything that increases your score also increases your multiplier, but collecting bits is the best way to increase your multiplier, which is what Spark 2 did as well. I also find exploration medals, and there are 10 hidden around every stage. Wow, that's a lot. Some stages might have less than 10, though. You view all this information in the pause menu. It was a nice world map. I like this. So let me go back in this stage really quick, right? Okay. Okay, there you go. It was taking a while to load the menu. I was just wondering. Hey, we're 1% of the way there. Let's go. Not Sonic Forces style length. I hope not too. Apparently, this game does take longer to beat than Spark 2 did. Like, hang on, let me pull up the exact stuff on that and just show people. Compared to all three games. Apparently, Spark 2 is the worst when it comes to length. That game is just short. Alright, here we go. So, Spark the Electric Jester 1 is about a 4.5 hour adventure. Spark 2 is about 2.5 hours, but Spark 3 is a total of 5. And depending on what you do as well, obviously the times get bumped. We're just going to mainly talk about main story on this. Spark 2 is the worst in the series on length, because this game is super short, and it doesn't have much substance. Now, mind you, you can buy Spark the Electric Jester 2 on console, but normally retails for $12.99. It's on the Xbox One specifically. Spark the Electric Jester 3, on the other hand, this game is $25, but it's now also on the Nintendo Switch. So this is also on console, just a whole different platform. The Spark games have a very weird history on releases. Spark 1 is PC exclusive, Spark 2 is Xbox exclusive for consoles, Spark 3 is Nintendo exclusive on consoles. I don't know what the heck is this release scheme, just buy them all on PC, because you at least get them all on the same platform. But I don't know how well this game is going to hold up for the $25 asking price, I will say. That is going to be a thing we're going to just debate when we're playing it through, because Spark 2 is a game you want to get on a sale. $15 for like 3 hours of gameplay was nothing. So I don't agree with that. Yeah, so there's a score medal. I'm probably not going to get all the medals because I don't know there's a purpose outside of just a pat on the back, essentially. So I'm just going to go to the next stage. Also, let me fix up my window here. Get back over to my main feed. There we go. Alright, so unlocking stages. To unlock more stages, you need freedom medals. Each stage you beat gives you 1 freedom medal. You can view all this later in the pause menu. Alright, so we have to beat stages to unlock stages. You don't say. So I want to review that stuff. Database. This is how it works. Oh, we have a whole set of moves here. So I will give it this. Spark 1 and 2 didn't really have a menu like this, so this is really helpful. Although I don't like this. Changing the camera, I'm seeing the distorted effect. I have bad flashbacks of trying to export out the Spark 1 stream back in 2019, and that just screwed up so much for that post-production. My video editing software at the time hated it to a point where the video corrupted. It was terrible. So we got standard jump, jump, jump. You got the dash, which you do when you're close to enemies, basically a homing attack. And then you have a standard dash, drop dash, and charge jester dash. These are just different ways of doing things in general, but it does use up specials from what I can see, so I probably won't be able to use it all the time. I like how there's no image for moving a camera, because figure it out on your own. We got rail grinding, so now you can hold down a button. Good to know this, because Sonic games are like 50-50. If you hold the button to get speed on a almost said a rail grind. A grind rail, excuse me. You either hold the button, or you constantly tap the button. It's always different in the games, so now we know it's hold here. You got rail switching, and wall walking. And then we got a light, a heavy attack. These are combo bars, so the more we fill that up, the more points we get. We got a parry. Okay, these warnings. Red, you can always parry reds. Cannot parry yellow. Just get out of the way. You cannot parry green either, it's a grab. So basically, if we see red parry, the other two run. And then here's your basic combat combos, which there's not many combos in this. There wasn't much in 2 either, not surprised. A whole lot of nothing there, same for that. We'll see the other things later. Yeah, how do I do the dash down again? LT. I'm hitting RT, that's why I'm not doing it. Yeah, look at that comboing. It's like I played a Sonic game or two. Because mind you, these games are all based around Sonic games. Because Spark 1, that was made after this same dev made both Sonic before the sequel and after the sequel. 2 fan games of Sonic games. And they're both solid 2D platformers. We streamed both of those as well, like years ago, before we played Spark 1. Those games are very solid, definitely worth your time. Spark 1 also very worth your time, it's really good. I think that's still the best game of the trilogy. I will know more after playing more of this. I will be able to judge. I do think this is going to be much better than 2. Like, I can already tell you that, just based on the fact we're playing a Spark. Just, already, that's a positive. It's not without its fair share of quirks, though. Because it's still a Spark game at the end of the day, which means it's going to have its own fair share of jank. Because all 3 games have a level of jank that you just have to be used to. Oh, nice, just fell right in my face. I'm also looking around actively because I want to find those exploration medals. Because again, I'm not going to care about getting all these medals, but I think the exploration ones are really going to be the ones that I want to find, just because they have a purpose more than the other 2. Because speed medals, you're always going to want to do a standalone run for, say for score attacking. So I haven't found any powers yet, though. Because the Spark games are known for having all these different abilities, kind of like a Kirby game. So you can get all these different abilities to attack things with. And right now, we just have basic combat. Like, where's my hammer? Where's my sword? Where's my ninja? Oh, sorry, it's called Edgy in this series, because it's exactly what it sounds like. Trying to be very dark and edgy. As a play on Shadow the Hedgehog's character as a whole. I'll go the other way, actually. Oh, you can dash up. Okay. It's gonna look a little awkward, but it'll work. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was actually Sonic the Hedgehog for a second. That's a very close Sonic character in terms of its look. There's no like camera center behind button. I'm clicking all the buttons and that's not working, so no, there's not. That's kind of a shame on controls. I do prefer to have a camera lock behind you button just because it's really good after getting disoriented for a while, just to reset camera control. And nothing up on the roofs. I'm just trying to see if I can find anything, because I'm an exploration man. I want to find things. Well, okay, just went down 0 to 100 style. Couldn't parry because I already got hit. Because I know I gotta wait until I'm on the ground to do a parry next. Actually, I want to wait for him to do an attack like that. Come on. Alright, so it's a give me. It's a block, but I think I have to hit the button at the right time. Do it again. Okay. Is that it? I was expecting more like a counter on that parry. I don't know why, but I think Spark 2 is the same. I think I'm just kind of overthinking it. Just used to other games. Ooh, is that one of the exploration medals? This is kind of out in the open. Nice. Number 9 of 10. Let's go. We missed 8. I recognize this character. I think I've seen his model using like Spark 2. That or here's one of the intro cutscene, one of the two. Ah, nope. Nice, like SNES style controller, by the way, for the overlay. That's kind of random. Looks like one of those 8-bit DOE controllers that are designed like a Super Nintendo controller but have like all the buttons. Oh, there you go. I was like, what's the point in doing the crouch on these rails? Because it hasn't really amounted to anything yet. But I had to go down more for the effects of physics to kick in. Did I get a score medal? I think it was a score medal. Oh, hi. Ah, there you are. For context, I'm your subconscious. Just here to catch you up on what's been going on. Got it? Before you go back to whatever you were doing, let's go over everything that led us here. So, we're Spark, a simple formie living in his life. After we graduated from college, we tried our best to find a job, but we had no luck. We even became a street performer once. That's how we have this hat. Yeah. We built it ourselves. It gave us our electric powers. And then, everyone's robots started to go on a rampage. That's how it all started. Apparently, it was all orchestrated by this guy. Priam. And something called Clarity, apparently? Yeah. Well, keep that in mind for later, okay? Oh yeah, I remember! That was another thing I did not like about Spark 2. They introduced this brand new character. It was like randomly dropped halfway through the plot, had nothing to do with the rest of the adventure until like the last 5 minutes. Then the character becomes all this like big important deal and the game ends. It was so anticlimactic, so this game hopefully is going to actually take that little nugget of detail Spark 2 introduced and actually run with it this time instead of forget it. Anyways, this is when we went on our journey to stop him. And it's when it's where we met This guy. He's complicated. So, like, he was supposed to be Freon's son, somehow, and Freon built him to eventually replace him. And it's by mere coincidence that he ended up looking like me. It's crazy talk. As you can probably tell, we don't really buy this story. More like he's, likely he's just another Triant. Just like just like his so-called dad. And no surprise, he eventually defeated Freon. Now he runs an organization, appropriately called the Fark Force. Why, you ask? To stop Clarity, they say. Clarity is this evil program that will infect everything and take over the world. Yeah, right. Now the world has been completely, militarized. The internet was shut down, we couldn't travel anymore. Everywhere you go, you see his goons. Man, I hate that faker. And to top it all off, he totally stole my looks. He even named his army after himself. What a total narcissist. Oh, he didn't know what else to name it, he says. And finally, that brings us to us. Remember that check from Armstrong? Yeah, well, all that money was suddenly gone. Internet was down, couldn't access it. Had to go to the bank to get it. As you can imagine, the lines were huge. That's when I had enough, and here we are. Down with the Fark Force! Let's tear them down like there is no tomorrow. Come on, let's go! So our motivation is just money. Got it. Also, I hate that guy. He sucks. Like, that's the motivation, of course. Oh, what is this? Like 5, no, 6, 7, 8. Oh my gosh, how many things do we unlock? It's a lot. Mind you, we can't do one of the things because this stage is locked. Stage 6, jeez. A goon thing, okay. Well, let me see what I got here. I think it was right. I think that was a square medal. But there's another one I could get. I need a higher score. I imagine it's probably at the 1 million mark. Yeah, I don't know about that yet, man. I think so because of how the game is talking about abilities in like the menus, but we haven't gotten any abilities yet. Let's go here first. Let's do the Charge Jester Dash challenge and see what happens. Oh, forgot to check all your moves. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I've already done that. Okay, this camera's gonna really be weird, because like half of the games I play have like one camera type and the other half like inverted. Is this inverted? The left is left and the right's right. Okay. I've been playing a lot of older games as late, so they're going with the older style, so that's on me. Yeah, see, I'm gonna be doing that a lot. Give me like an hour, and I'll finally stop. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we did. Yeah, yeah, let's fall. Whee! Barely missed, too. Wait, can I do that twice? Like, do this? Yeah, that makes that so much easier. I swear, it's gonna take like an hour, but I'll finally get adjusted to modern control for camera. Wait, can I just run up this? No, I gotta jump up. I wasn't even near the goal, but that counted. Sure. I'll work with it. That's probably just gonna give me a freedom medal, because it looked like there was nothing else I can do here. We were told in the tutorial there's only so many stages that have medals. So that alone is a factor. We'll have to keep that in mind. Seems like challenges don't have any medals. They're mainly like glorified tutorials in a lot of ways. Okay, find all medals before the timer runs out. Get coins to complete the stage. Alright, let's go to AM Village. Recognize the name here. I think this is an area from the first game. In this stage, you need to collect medals before the timer runs out. You don't need to collect them all, just a set amount. Good luck. So, collecting 10 medals. Thankfully, there's more than 10, from what I can understand. Wait a minute. Hang on. Down here. Yeah. I'm already getting the hang of these kind of controls. They're very similar to Spark 2, honestly. So it's not hard to get adjusted. Spark 1's the simplest game of the three, so I recommend people just start with that one in this franchise in general. But this plays very much like almost any other like 3D platform you can think of, so it's not really that complicated. Had a feeling. Oh, I see another one. You do have fall damage to be concerned of, though. I'm noticing that. Because I'm too high up, I do have that little meter that pops up saying, hey, you're gonna die if you land on the ground that fast, buddy. So, I have to keep that in mind when we're falling. Alright, so I need 2 more medals. I see one down here. So there's gotta be one more, I would hope, nearby. Sounds like it. I'm just hearing birds. Oh wait, I see a glow here through the wall. Is there an opening here somewhere? Or is it an underside? Hang on. Could be an underside. Ow. This just ran right into those spikes. Oh, hang on. It doesn't even matter. There's one right here. I'd rather just get this. Why did that hurt me? Come on, buddy. You could take it. You fell from higher. Yeah, Freedom Planet 2 is on sale for like what is it, 25% off, something like that? It's a pretty decent sale. So if you haven't picked up the game, it's highly recommended. I think it's worth the full asking price, honestly, for what you get, but definitely on a sale. Actually, now I'm curious what that is. I'm gonna look it up really quick. So don't mind the pulsating screen. That's me just trying to open my Steam overlay. Although, for whatever reason, my Steam overlay is literally just a game overview, so this is not helping me at all. I'm gonna open up recent news just to get to my browser. I don't know where half my other overlay things went on my Steam overlay. Yeah, it's 20% off right now, so instead of $25, you get it for 20 bucks. That's definitely worth it. 100% in my opinion. Now there's the rest of my overlay. I just had to close the menu. I closed before, closed my overlay. Whatever. Alright, let me do this slope jumping. So you can see, you get a lot of momentum from jumping off slopes in this game. I mean, a lot of it. I like how you still control, though, in the goal section. Because that's just stupid. You can do a lot of dumb things in that kind of situation, but it won't matter, thankfully. Like, you can easily jump off a cliff, like I was doing. But you still win, so it's good. Alright, so that's that stage. Let's do this one next, the Jester Dash. Just get all these challenge ones out of the way. It's all the tutorial stuff. Press the Jester Dash immediately to destroy a small enemy. Yep, we kind of know that's homing attack. Done that on the first stage. I'm still not touching the ground. Let's go. This is all worthless, mind you, for a combo system because we're not getting a score medal here, but I'm just getting my practice in. They also respawn, so there's that too. I don't have to destroy literally everything I see. I'm just doing it because. The only thing I'm not a fan of is the Jester Dash being on B. I would prefer that being on X, personally. But I'm used to playing Sonic games with homing attack on X, which makes more sense because it's right adjacent to the A button, which is the jump button. So going like from here to here, it's hard to do this with the camera, trust me on this. Going like this way instead for doing homing attacks feels a little more awkward than going this way, where your finger can just rest on the two said buttons in question compared to A and B. It's not as comfortable. Okay, so we got this stage, trying to move off. We got special training. I want to see what this is about. And we still have that goon thing. Oh, what the heck is with this lighting? Oh, is it just like a test stage area, essentially? Like I could just screw around with enemies and just play with combat? Yeah, we got small and big enemies. So that's what this is. It's basically just a little training room. Hey, how do I leave the stage, though? I like how he even shows medals and all that, but it's like, it's just a test room. These guys have a lot of health. You're not very meant to destroy them. I'll just quit the menu, I guess. Yeah, quit the menu just gets you back out here. Okay, that's my leave button. Cool. How about this? This is the good stage. That's like goons before. So this is where I buy stuff. Okay, so I have 491 credits. Oh, they're bits. Rip the bitrate every time. And I don't just mean the stream, the physical game bitrate. Like, look at the movie. It should come across on the stream as long as you're watching at a high enough resolution because of the bitrate thing. But the FMV in the game itself is pixelating. That is impressive. All right, let me look at the other stuff first. I really don't like this effect. I personally just don't like static. It's a bad effect. It does a lot of negative things when it comes to video stuff. Can't do that finger gun of yours anymore? Okay. So you get a charge shot to use. Rail boosting? That kind of feels worth it. It just depends on how many stages we're going to run into that has rails. Regen raking. Okay. Jester swipe. It's basically a speed dash forward. Oh no, I see more like what it is. This is basically light speed dash. Okay. No powers. So I should do an upgrade probably, right? I feel like I should probably just go with the charge shot. I feel like this upgrade doesn't make any sense because I feel I can probably just jump off a rail instead. So I'm gonna buy the charge. Hold off on using another thing. And let me look at the extra moves. See if there's anything here worth it. Got spin charge, dual air kick, air slash, extra finisher. Like, the combat in Spark doesn't really matter because you can get away with basic moves. I feel like most of the stuff is worthless. It's really gonna be for boss fights. And I don't know how many boss fights are in this game. There was a decent amount too. I think I should go with stuff like this, all right? So this is what the D-pad's used for. So maybe we don't get Kirby-like abilities in this game. Maybe they just finally decided, you know what? It didn't really work all that well in 2 games, so we'll just ditch it for 3. Because honestly, it worked really good in 1, but 2 was just kind of there. I kind of like this. Energy dash seems pretty good. Because I can only really afford that, and I guess just this, multi-shot blast. Okay, this helps with combo meter, so that could be good if I just want to build up score. I'm gonna go with energy dash. Wait, how do I set it with D-pad? I'm trying. Oh, it was RB, hang on. Yeah, there you go. All right, I'll set that up. Should I buy this other one? Yeah, I'll buy it. Alright, well, I guess we're decked out enough so I can go to my next stage, which was one of these two, I guess. Cold Dry Desert or Terminal Village? I think I'll go with Terminal Village first. It was the one I saw earlier and I didn't click it, so might as well. Oh, that was an easy medal. Wait, that's number 2? We just started the stage! How the heck? How do you find number 2 before number 1? Yeah, let me go back and get number 1. Oh, and that's how you use the meter itself, or like the power. You just have to hit D-pad. I think this is going to be a pretty easy stage to probably find all the collectibles. Just got to keep my eye out. I just don't know how do I increase my currency yet. Because I'm seeing the number there next to the score and time. I just don't know how it goes up anymore. Probably something we'll get more like the end of the stage. I had a feeling, that's why I wanted to go back. Wait, D-pad up, energy, hang on. So I could just press the button and do it here? Yeah, I can, okay, cool. So if I hold down the left trigger, I can just use the energy dash without D-pad, that's good. Ha! Alright, apparently there's like 4 medals back here somewhere. We just got the other medal. How do we just skip 4? That logic makes no sense. These collectibles are kind of odd. I'm gonna... Yeah, see, there's the other one. That's interesting. All right. Sure. Let's go with it. So much for this stage being easy to get all the medals, because apparently they just throw a giant curveball and say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Because why not? We don't know how to count in this house. This is number 10. Yeah, so I have no idea where 5 through 8 are. Because I went past 4 and got the 9. Oh, here's 1. What is this pattern? I find 10 and then 6? Did the dev put these in weird spots and then just leave them? Like, did you put down 1 medal and then you went back and said, wait a minute, I actually want to put medal 10 right here. But then you never changed the value, so it's number 6, for example. You know, does not confuse the player. I feel like that could be what is happening. I don't know. I just think counting here is apparently optional. Because you'll always get it wrong. There's a goal. There's another one of the medals. Which one's this? 7. So I'm just missing 5 and 8. I have no idea where they are. Relation. I'm just gonna check back here really quick because I'm just very curious. Where else could a medal be in this area? Oh, okay. Apparently that just counts as death. I thought I might have a chance to jump out of that section. I love how the camera's also auto-rotating to the back. So it keeps on messing with my flow, trying to go backwards. That's what I thought. Nothing here. I'm probably going to continue. Honestly, the medals are not really a thing I should go for. I don't think they even unlock much of anything. Like, if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just concept art. Oh, hey, here's one. There's number 5. Thankfully, we're back on track for counting. I just need number 8. So that's probably gonna be the only real stage I like try to find all the medals on. Just because of this weird nature, apparently. I did not expect them to come so out of order like this. And that really is messing me up. But not enough energy. Yeah, that's fair. I need to get more energy to use these special moves, and I keep on just spamming them. Don't go too far forward, because that will just instantly end the level. Way to turn off the auto-rotating camera. Is that a curiosity here? No. Like, you can invert the camera controls if that is a problem, but you can't turn off the auto-rotating camera system. Because that is a little distracting when I'm trying to search for things, not gonna lie. You're not supposed to do this, I can tell that much. If there's an auto-rotating camera, you're not supposed to backtrack. Again, we're just doing this for this stage. I just want to see how hard would it be to find all these hidden medals. I'm just that curious. Especially given the system being all out of whack. Still nothing. Surprising. I found literally all the other medals but one. That's really interesting. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Wait a minute. Wait, where is this in relation? This is like near beginning of the stage. And this is where 8 is? Man, this guy doesn't know how to count. I'm sorry, man, but you can't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, 7, 5, 8. Like, I'm sorry, man, but this ordering is kind of weird. That's not the exact ordering, because I actually forgot it. It's all over the place. You know, just Spark things at this point. We're used to these weird things in all 3 games. So, it's nothing surprising at this point. Alright, let's beat the stage. It's gonna be a very bloated timer. But I don't really care. There we go. Died right at the end, because why not? Yeah, that time is gonna be garbage. So I don't expect to get a medal with that. But hey, I got the exploration one done, and it looks like I got a score one too. Score and exploration kind of go hand in hand. I feel like if you get one, it's pretty easy to get the other. In this case, you go and answer exploration, you're probably going to get one of the score medals. What's with that? I just noticed the wording of that. 10 of 10 EM. Why are they called EMs? That's weird. I want to see if I can do the speedrun real quick, because I just want to see how much leniency you have for this. I'm going to go as fast as I can and see what happens. It doesn't hurt. This is a short stage. Well, that's a little bit of a time loss, but I'll take it, because I got some score from that. Okay, really big time loss here. That's okay. Okay, stop. Not enough, really? Well, I was hoping to land on that container. That would have been great, because I would have got a little more speed. But that was like, what, sub 1 minute-ish? I wasn't even paying attention. No, it was 105. Why'd I get another medal for score? Alright, so the other one is very straight. That's probably a sub 1. Oh, no, it just shows the one you got again. That's what that was. Okay, so when I see the other medal appear, it's not that I got it. It's just, hey, you had this one, as a reminder. Let me just see if I can do a sub 1 real fast. Just to see. How lenient is this? No, go, go. Don't do that. Okay, that's not that hard. Okay, I was worried for a second the game counted as a natural death. Yeah, there you go. So, speed medals, you gotta learn the stages. And when you learn it, then you know the fastest routes, don't make a mistake, and then you can get the second one. So, the first speed medal is pretty lenient, the second one's pretty tight. And I imagine the score has gotta be the same. So now I know my answer. Let's go on to another stage, Cold Dry Desert. I'm not gonna be doing that for every stage. That seemed like the simplest one to figure this out. In this stage, you have to finish before the time runs out. Go for it. Alright, so speaking of speedruns, it's a good thing I just practiced. How much time do we get? Oh, it's like a minute. It's not much time. Nope, nope, I want to skip the loop. That was a horrible loop skip. Alright, so it's 16 seconds to spare. Not really much time left, but I feel like I did okay. Not enough for a speed medal, though, surprisingly. I did make some mistakes, sure, but I thought we'd have at least one medal. It wasn't great. Whatever. We'll go about the good stage now, because I can afford some other stuff. I don't know what else I should probably buy. I feel like this is probably an important one, so I want to buy the rail upgrade for boosting. And Jester's Swipe as well. Oh, I can't yet. Okay. I'm off by like 144, so I'll just hold off. Getting just shy of 200 bits is pretty easy on the stage, I've noticed, so I'll just hold off. Alright, so where do I go next? This one? Yeah, this is the boss. Apparently this one has no score, but it is a speedrun. Bigger enemies need to be attacked to be destroyed. Make sure to check all moves. Yeah, okay. Oh, we can launch them in the air. Neat. I don't think we can do aerial combat yet like that, because I don't have any moves that I notice I can push an enemy up in the sky. And these are the things I already learned about by just checking the pause menu. What attacks we can parry and not parry we're good with. I will say, these cutscenes are kind of choppy looking though, because they are rendered out in 30 frames, and it's very obvious. There's the perfect parry. Alright, so I thought I remember there being like a counter, essentially. Yeah, that's right. Shoot him up. It's pretty lenient, too, from what I remember from Spark 2. And GG's. Get out of here. Oh, wait on. Reinforcements. He made legs. That's more like a transformer at this point. It's got saw blades. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Keep on doing the same thing. Oh, come on. I hit the button right as he attacked, so it didn't count. The problem is I remember this in Spark 2 as well. The timing for the perfect parry is really weird depending on the enemy, just because, see when the attack glowed like that? And now I got it that time. You can't hit the parry the moment the red mark goes off if you want the perfect parry, because the timing is going to be way off. At that point, you're just going to block. To do the perfect parry, you gotta do it right when the enemy attacks. Some enemies, they attack almost instantly when they have that red effect, and some take 5 years, like this guy was. So it's all timing based. And some are more strict than others, or more lenient. Nice, like, Dragon Ball Z style combat out of nowhere. That just happened. Wow, I actually got both the speed medals from that. Alright, well that's 100% done. Wasn't expecting that boss to go that smoothly. I mean, it was an easy boss, the first boss of the game. Can't expect much out of that. Alright, now we can go off to Area 2 here. So, Las Vivera. Looks like we're going out into the desert. Let's do it. Hey, good time for me to buy those rail upgrades. Because we're talking about rail grinding here. Guess what I get to do? And yeah, I can build up speed going down, but also now I have a boost. And then we can go back and forth between rails by just using the stick and the B button. Oh, you can even do it with stationary too. That's cool. It just magnetizes the rail. So that one ability, like braking on the rail, is a little more useful than I thought. I like how this has like proper, like you switch between rails with a button combo thing. Kind of like some of the later Sonic games. Like, the one I'm thinking of right away is Shadow the Hedgehog, where you had to press the jump button and the direction you wanted to go. And no, yeah, Sonic Unleashed was also like that too. You press the shoulder buttons, and you go back and forth between rails. So I was trying to remember other games in the series, and most games, it's just you either manually jump or you just flip the control stick. Like I was thinking Generations, like no, you manually flick the stick on that one. Oh, you gotta hold it. Okay, I was wondering how my rail boosting worked. Music here is really good. Like I will say, all three of the games have really good soundtracks. I still think the first game had my favorite soundtrack, but Spark 2 had some really good songs. Like, I really like the final boss theme. That's a really good song. This reminds me a lot of Rail Canyon from Sonic Heroes, though. Like, a lot of Rail Canyon here. Can you tell this guy's a Sonic fan? I don't know if it's been obvious yet or not. Can I, like, parry that? I might be able to parry through the fire. No. Alright, that hurts. Never mind. Even if I do it right when the fire goes off, it still hurts. Oh, I'm going backwards. Hang on. Nope. This way. I want to go this direction. This looks pretty interesting. The stage is very big. Like, I was not expecting to still be here. Like 3 minutes later. It's just massive. And shortcut. I haven't even found any of those secret things yet, and I feel like I've been doing a good job looking around almost all over the place. Ah, speaking of the devil. There you go. Here's a secret. I'm not getting them all, but hey, I feel good enough to get one. I will say, going through a loop portion of these rails do feel jank. Just like my sentence. The momentum going through the rail, you really gotta get a lot of speed if you're gonna go through a loop. And even though I hit a dash pad there, my speed kind of just stopped halfway through. So that's a little bit of a problem. Even my boost wasn't enough. This is literally just a section of Rail Canyon. Like, there was like 5 rails next to each other on that stage that all link together to an ending section like this. The only difference here is we don't have trains. Set pieces here are really cool, though. I'm liking how this is set up. Like, the world building in this is really nice for stage design. So I'm liking just the overall flow of the level so far. Not to mention just the look. Yeah, you need a lot more dash pad stuff if you're gonna do a loop for rails. I'm just saying, man, you don't have enough speed. Even with the boost, you have to do constant dashes. It's not great. Really? Bad timing. Oh, trains! Okay, well, there are the trains from Rail Canyon. Now we're just flat out Rail Canyon. Just with a slightly different layout. Oh, wow, I almost got clipped again. I can go other paths, but I just don't feel like getting off the rail until I have this problem. It's faster just to do constant dashing than a boost, man. That's not great. You need more dash pads there, I'm just saying. scary there for a moment. I was gonna fall down. Okay, this is a section I don't have to bother with because I can just jump out of the loop. There's my goal. We just instantly die in the end, because why not? No penalty. We got a score medal, nice. Oh, what was that? Okay. Sure. That one sword caused a lot of damage. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to fight a boss immediately. The Guardian. I expect a boss fight. Ah, try to move. Did that way too late. Yeah, when he does that, you gotta get out, like, immediately. Some attacks, you don't have that much time to... Okay, instantly. Yeah, you don't have much time to react to certain attacks, and this has been a problem with Spark 2 as well. So, it looks like, unfortunately, the dev has not learned on that front. You gotta give players a little more lenience on certain attacks. Like, these are fine. It's an explosion kind of attack. It's just like, no, you have, like, 0.5 seconds to react. Please react. Man, I keep on hitting the button a little too late. Oh, God. You really gotta pay attention to what's going on. I'm just saying. Got him. There you go. Like, when you get in a flow of combat, the combat in these games do feel really good. It's just some moves, you need a little more telegraphing. Just because it's like, you blink and you miss it on reaction timing. Unfortunately, it seems like that problem's still here. Once there was a castle. It was a fancy castle, the best of its kind. The castle had a guardian, guarding it every day and every night, all alone. The Guardian was very good at his job, but nonetheless, he was just a young boy. But one day, deep within the castle, something came into being, something special. While the Guardian patrolled the castle, he heard a voice coming through the walls. It was a girl, a kind girl. In secret, away from the castle staff, the boy and the girl began to talk in secret. In no time, the boy and the girl became very good friends. It was because of their friendship that, in secret, the girl manifested a body of her own. From here on, the relationship continued to grow, and grow, and grow. This is when the girl revealed her secret. "We're special," she said. "The whole castle was built to conceive me," she continued. "You are my treasured guardian, and together, we have a destiny." The girl continued to explain what made her special. She explained that she had a higher level of consciousness and looked at everyone with pity, as they were not able to perceive the world as she did. The boy was fascinated by the girl, and from that day onwards, the boy and the girl formed an even stronger bond. But unfortunately for the two, one day, the castle staff found out about the two and took the girl away from the boy. The young guardian was overcome with anger and sorrow. He mourned for days, which quickly turned into weeks. In those days, he deeply reflected about her and the castle staff. He did not like the castle staff. They were distant, never came close unless absolutely necessary. He was always alone, ever since he came into being. She was the only one who made him feel complete. But one day, he heard her voice coming from the walls. The girl had returned, this time without her body. At first, the boy thought the castle stat had permanently changed her, but he was overcome with joy when he realized that she was still the same as she once was. I just had to act nice, she continued. From that day on, they promised to each other that they would fulfill their destinies together. Their destiny: to rid the world of meaningless life. The girl wished to share her higher level being with everyone else, to bring a new, brighter world. To this goal, the boy adopted a new, more demeaning personality, a new name, and a remotely controlled body. This pleased the girl. Together, they banished the castle staff and forcefully persuaded every robot to follow their will. With everything in place, their plan was set in motion. But the boy felt a deep anxiety. He knew he was inferior to the girl. He did not share her level of consciousness. He could never have her level of consciousness. So she had an idea. Together with the girl, they conceived a child. It would be created by her, but built on his image. The child was created with unlimited potential, a potential he would grow into over the course of his life. The child will take the place of someone else and be set out in the world with only one goal: to kill his own father and take his place. But the boy had one final wish for his child. He wished that the child would be sent out with no memories of who he was or why he was created. He wanted the child to realize his destiny by himself, just like he did. With the child being conceived, it erased the boy's anxiety. Feeling better, they proceeded with their plan. And with that, this marks the end of our tale. Where did that come from? Excuse me. I mean, there's your plot dump. Essentially a TLDR, that's the plot of Spark 2. Now we actually have the context outside the little recap from the beginning, which, mind you, most of that was told from the recap from the beginning, outside of the whole conceiving child thing, the boy and the girl. That's Freon, and that's Clarity. And now we have more context about that. But it's like, where did that come from, man? Out of nowhere, we go from stage 1, go to the next stage, then we get a plot synopsis. Then from here, we do whatever, we continue forward, play some desert level. By the way, massive plot dump out of nowhere. Like, there's no context for it. Why does this series love to say, wait a minute, do you have time for a 20-minute story out of nowhere? Because they do that in like every game. I don't understand the pacing of the story. But there's your TLDR. Fark was made to take over Freon's position and just to continue with the elimination of mankind, essentially. We still hate that guy. I feel like that's literally what that whole cutscene was, and that was like a 5-minute cutscene. That was a lot. My gosh. Alright, I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna buy this. That's all my upgrades. We're done for that for now. Okay, so now we get this. Reaper Jester. So we do get powers, but we have to buy them this time. Found this in a dump. Most likely a rich kid's toy, but could wield some interesting results in your hands. So it is a thing we equip on the D-pad. But unfortunately, I cannot afford that, so we'll work towards that next. Alright, well, I guess with that random plot dump out of the way, I think that's a good section to kind of just stop for a minute and just take a breather. So I'll let everyone just reflect on the whole, oh, by the way, here's the plot of Spark 2 out of nowhere. So, think about that while we take a little break. So when we come back, we'll continue forward, see if we find that guy that we hate. And, I don't know, maybe play some more grinding sections, hopefully. I like that so far in this desert. Stay tuned, we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Alright. We're back, we're ready to continue forward. Looks like we got a bunch of challenges around the desert area, or we can just go straight over here at some point to 13. Oh no, 13 medals required. Stage 13. Okay. So that's our next path. We'll do that here in a little bit, as we need to do these challenges first. They're gonna go in the order they say. So let's do challenge 4, high speeds. We're kidding. This is high speed. I guess the whole level is just set in a way where you were always gonna go at this speed, because most stages we were never at this speed for this long. Don't really get much of the challenge here, honestly, because this is just you play the stage and run fast. Which is something we can just experience normally, so not much of a challenge here. Not gonna lie. Oh wow, that was really close. Jeez, I could probably skip this loop. I feel like, yeah, I could just like jump out like this. Maybe don't though, because landed flat on my face. Alright, well, that was a level. Yeah, this game so far, at least in my personal experience from playing, it is much better than 2. I think Spark 2 is the low point of this series because the dev tried something new, tried to use a whole different character, trying to get away from Spark, so I think he wanted to move on from the character, but it just didn't work. That's why I went back to Spark again for the 3rd game. It also doesn't help that the game itself was not originally called Spark the Electric Jester 2. It was just called, I think, a Park Story or something like that. But he had to change the name because it just wasn't marketing well. And the game just, outside of the ending, really, has no reason to exist. You get as much score as possible. So I need a certain amount of score to beat this stage. Oh, there's multiplier goals. Or exit doors will open. Okay, now I get it. And you gotta keep this going. Try to go for gold or diamond score medals. So that's how they try to differentiate it. I forgot, that's also what Spark 2 did. It's diamond for the highest one. There's only 2 tiers though, it's what makes it feel weird for gold and diamond. Ooh, metal. Give me that. I don't even know what I just parried. This stuff I get. But before, I didn't even see the shots. There you go. Cool. Just gonna keep on parrying, why not? No, I'm trying to get away. Problem is, I thought it was red for a second. I'm just, anytime I hear the sound effect, I just think parry instantly. 'Cause 9 times out of 10, you parry. Is he? Oh, I thought he was in the wall for a second. Unfortunately, I'm gonna probably lose this combo just trying to get out of here. Oh, maybe not. Level up? What? What kind of warning is that? I don't know where I need to go, technically. Exits are open. Alright, so I got the minimum. Again, I don't know where I'm going for the exits, so I'm just gonna continue doing my thing. I guess there's just multiple ways you can go. Like, this is probably an exit over here. I saw that in the distance. There's another collectible, but I don't know if I can get it from here or I gotta go around. I will want to do some combat upgrades if these stages are going to be a thing more commonly, because I'm not doing much damage. So if I can get like some combat upgrades, that's probably going to help on damage output. Like, this is kind of chump change damage right now. But I was focusing more on the other upgrades, thinking it's going to be more platforming style stages for a while. Oh, there's a exit. I don't want to take an exit yet. I'm going to pay attention to time, but I'm going to continue playing for as long as I can. Try to get up more of the score. Actually, where else do I go? Because I think I went all directions that I have available to me. One times one. That's another exit. Oh my god, jeez, man. Send me to the next dimension, why don't you? You're no underwater, so that's a big factor for how far I go, but jeez. Oh, there's a 2 times multiplier exit. I might just take this exit this way, because I only have another, like, 3 minutes. I'm just gonna go. And the 2 times multiplier puts me up high anyways. So that'll give me at least a 1 score medal. That is a lot, I will say. Those stages are long. So I'm definitely gonna want some combat upgrades to make those stages a little bit better. How many bits did I get out of that? 801. Not that many, honestly. Yeah, this is just a gold one, so this will be better. Oh, it's just a stand and roll, beat things up on elevator kind of stage. Everyone's favorite. You know, playing a beat 'em up all of a sudden, but I picked the beat 'em up path. I like how this combo, like, shooting projectile is supposed to be very weak, but it's been destroying a lot of enemies. So it's not as weak as the description made it out to be. I would love a camera center behind you button, though. That would be great. That's like the one thing I really wish this game had that it doesn't have. And auto lock-ons for you, too. Like, I can't actually change that. I've been trying. Like, you can change the camera around, but it still sticks to these specific enemies that are on your cursor. Oh, there you go. Okay, I guess that's it. Sure. Just randomly ends. I don't know how I would do that any faster. I'm gonna be honest. I think I need more upgrades if I'm gonna do that faster, because that was, I thought, fast enough. That's enough freedom medals for the next stage. Not going there yet. Let's go down this pathway. Wall jumping. I want to at least play all the stages. That shouldn't be too hard to do. It's like a little red glow that's around my character. That's neat. I think it's just more because of the lighting on the stage. Yep, that was a stage. Not much right to it when it's just jump up wall. It's pretty simplistic on design. These are gimme stages if you just need a freedom medal to open up a new stage. Like these other long stages, if you don't want to do them, just do the challenges and just move on. And now we get to the goal. Now we're talking about how to do the wall running. Thanks. Kind of figured that out at this point. It's like Sonic Lost World's wall running, except actually functional. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the wall running in that game was pretty bad. Like, it worked when it felt like it. Which was the whole gimmick of the game. Which is the worst part. Like, I like Lost World, it's fine. But it has a lot of weird design decisions. I don't really go back to it all that often. And it's really short, too. Oh, hang on. I seen that. I need some energy, because I want to do my boost, and I don't have boost. Feels like you interact with this minecart. I don't know why. Finally, some energy. I needed something so I can finally do some boosts. I just now noticed the combo meter when you go extreme like that, it says OMG. That feels a little cringe, I'm not gonna lie. Oh no. Yeah, I had a feeling. Because I kinda got screwed over there. I didn't know that was gonna be a gap. Alright, it's not that far away. See ya? Why did he spawn over the bottomless pit area? That was kind of weird. That guy was screwed the moment he just existed. Oh yeah, this is literally Sonic Lost World, but it actually feels a lot better to do the wall running, because in that game, sometimes you didn't stick to the wall correctly and just fell off it. Which was really annoying, trying to do those wall cleaning sections. Like, honestly, it kind of has like a little bit of a learning curve to it. Oh, you can change targets by using the, okay. You can change targets by using the left stick. Click it in, and then it changes your target. That's odd. I didn't see anything in the instructions, but now I'm thinking about it. I think Spark 2 said something about that in its instructions. So I don't know why this game is neglecting to tell you. Like, let me just check that again. Yeah, it does not tell you anywhere that clicking in the left stick changes lock on. But that's exactly what you do. You kind of forgot about that part in the instruction manual. That would have been nice to tell the player. I'm just saying. There is a that button does more than I expected. Clicking in the left stick centers the camera. Right stick operates the camera. Clicking in right stick does nothing. Why? Why is left stick in center camera? That is so confusing. This is the level of jank I expect in the Spark series. It's meeting all the quotas. My god, man. Well, now I finally can do that thing I keep on complaining about. Like, oh, I wish I could set the camera behind me. I can. Just not with the button you expected. Also, I love how this challenge is wall running. When we just played the air stage, it taught us about it. Felt like that should have been the setup to teach you the wall running. Or, you know, the challenge up ahead. Oh god. Okay, this might be as janky as Sonic Lost World's run after all. Hang on. Because that was pretty bad. You run down the wall, though. That's the big difference compared to Lost World. Because Lost World, you just never really fell this far down this fast. You slid down a little bit, but not this much. Yeah, jank and Spark's not. Yeah, basically. You look up jank in the dictionary and Spark the Electric Jester as a franchise just shows up. It's like, oh, yes, I expect this. They're good games, but they do have a lot of weird quirks about them, I will say. Nope. Okay. Speaking of which. Hey, at least this jank doesn't cause me to not be able to play the game. Because, I don't know if people saw this on my my Twitter, but I actually did go back and play a little bit. I mean, like a very small bit. And you'll understand why here in a minute. I played a little bit more of Penny's Big Breakaway the other night. while I was just watching a show. I'm like, you know what? Why not? Now that I have the working laptop again, I'm going to boot up Penny's Big Breakaway on it and just kind of play while I'm watching something, kind of wind down for the night. And the moment I did that, the very first level, and it's the only level I played that night, I missed something, so I wanted to go backwards. And by doing that, I found a soft lock out of nowhere just trying to go backwards. And the camera freaked out while getting me stuck too. I was like, oh, great. I had to reset the level just to fix it. Thankfully, you can reset to a checkpoint, not the entire stage. Because if I had to redo the entire level because of jank, then I would have been really frustrated. But that's how it's like, yeah. That's the jank I don't like, where the game literally is punishing you for like something out of your control. That is something I'm not a fan of, and mind you, the series has it too, but it's not as egregious, I noticed, as Penny. And I hate I keep on like narking on, or narking. Yeah, I'm calling it out. I'm a narc. Harping is what I meant to say. I hate how I keep on having to harp on that, but it's just because it's like, it's such a new game, and it's such an expensive one, the indie scene too. That's the biggest problem I have with it. It's like, the level of polish the game has for the price tag just doesn't make any sense. And that's why it's so hard to recommend. And I saw it, apparently it's on sale right now for 20 bucks on, I think it was, Banacle, I think it was. It's on sale on one of the PC marketplaces. But, play it before you buy it. Because $20, that's okay for what it is, but even then, you're still gonna run into some weird crap. And I keep on having people randomly like the tweet that say the game is fantastic when I'm saying it's not good. So, there's that. Why do people keep on liking tweets they don't read? I'm just saying that now. Don't like a tweet just because it has something in it that you're like looking for in like a search engine. That just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why people do that. It's just so confusing. I've been running into that more and more this year. To be fair, I barely use social set as it is. I mainly use it to post things and to read news. That's it. So I don't understand the meta at this point. Yeah, it's really good it has a demo because you do need a demo for a game like that. Because it does feel like it feels like it just needed like another 6 months in the oven. That's how I kind of feel. Like playing it, it feels okay enough, but then you run these weird issues. It's like, if this had maybe a couple more months in development time, I think it would be better. Just flat out. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Okay, you can destroy these. I was wondering. I think that's going to be a game I'm going to play and just see what I can do. I'm not going to worry about getting those scores anymore because it seems like it's just for concept art, and I honestly don't care. That's a game you don't want 100% because of its weird levels of jank until you learn the levels and know what you're doing. I'm learning as playing it. Don't do that on the first playthrough, and it's why I soured my mood on it. Maybe one day we'll return to it just as a casual look or something, but I want to play it on my own first. Twitter's dumb. I don't really think it's that. I think it's the people on Twitter's dumb. I think that's really the problem. It's just people on social media are just not great when it comes to knowing what things to actually like and what not to. Because people will just search for a term and then try to find things out of it to like, no matter the context, which is very ironic half the time in the liking things that are bad. I mean, I've had a lot of companies that have liked my tweets that I say, I don't like your product. So that says a lot, and that's been happening for years. That's just the people at that point, more than anything else. Now, the real problem with the site is them trying to cram down this premium down your throat every time you turn it on. Because now the mobile app screams at me every time that I want to go buy premium. It's like, I don't want to pay for social media. That sounds disgusting. I'm good, thank you. Oh man, look at that speed! You're going fast. Oh, I'm going even faster now because of that boost. Holy crap! Yeah, you can't do energy dash on the rail. I tried. Oh, this is a goal. Wow, that was a really short level. Mind you, it didn't have a timer, and we were at 10 seconds. So if I wasn't moving like that, I would have lost. But still, really short. That feels like a gimme speedrun. Just beat the level and you'll get the time. It's the other one, I don't know how much stricter it is, because I feel like you gotta beat that by with 30 seconds to spare for a good time. Alright, well, I'm off by like... How much is that now? It's 154? I think it was 2,000 for the scythe, right? Let me see. I want to buy the scythe. Yeah, it's 2,000, so we need a little bit more. I'm going to continue going forward then. I'll come back. I want to save up until I get the scythe, and then we'll buy other things after that. Because I want a power. Alright. Protest prison. Let's go to the jail. Yeah, it does feel good to control when you're going fast, so it's not this that you're seeing it like that in the stream, Matt. It is actually feeling good to control at that speed, which is nice. Oh, this feels a little jittery. It could just be animations now, but I kind of want to see something. Give me 1 sec here. I want to turn on a frame rate overlay, excuse me. I'm just trying to see where the heck they moved it in this newer layout, because the last time I used this was before the newer Steam layout. Oh no, here we go, here we go. Oh yeah, this level is a little more demanding, but our frame rate's still above 60, so you guys shouldn't see anything. It just feels a little off for me because I'm playing 120, and it's like around 90 right now. As long as you pass 60 frames, then I think it doesn't matter. As long as it's up past that frame rate, then you do feel the difference. And that's all you really need the frames for. You just need to feel it, not to see it. Because that is more based on input delay. The higher the frame rate, the less the delay. That's what you want. I didn't think I was going to grab that. Went over the sign. Hang on. The prisoners are safe. Alright. Take your word for it. Ooh, wham. Barely made that. I really don't feel like I should be up here, but here we are. Oh, okay. Apparently there's a reason to be up here. Was not expecting random enemies. Oh, wow. I love how I get health just to lose it. Alright, that guy got nuked. So I want to try to keep this, I guess, centered. If I got too far left or right, I'm just gonna die. Oh, no, I actually want to do that, because it's perfectly fine. Just gotta avoid lasers. Ah, that's a little odd to control. Because of the momentum, mainly. Yeah, okay. I didn't have my dash anymore, so... Whoops. I'm gonna go this direction then this time. Get a different path. Whoop. That robot got destroyed by spikes. Sucks to be him. Ooh, there's a secret over there. I want that. How do I get it now? Yeah, there you go. The nice thing about these games, specifically Spark 1, 2, and 3, they all have a really good momentum system, so you can do some pretty cool stuff. Especially with 2 and 3, because of them being 3D. Unfortunately, I still eat it. Just because I went too fast on the ground. That's expected, I guess. I wonder how does this game run on the Switch, because Spark 2 being on Xbox means it's gonna run fine. But Spark 3 is the only game in the franchise that's on the Switch. And this game is kind of the same system requirements when I understood from Spark 2, when I remember seeing on the Steam page. And the Switch is anything but good hardware by today's standards, so I can't imagine this game's gonna look all that great and run that fast. It has to compromise somewhere. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to look up footage of that version just to see how much they have to compromise. Because it looks really good. Like, this game's visuals are really nice. Mind you, I do have the settings cranked. Like, I'm playing on ultra settings with everything just turned to max. So, I'm technically playing super high fidelity here, but 1080p, 3080, it can easily handle it. Doesn't really matter. The Switch does not have that luxury. The Switch is probably be like low settings at that. Because, I can't remember, does this run on Unity? Because if it does, I know Unity games struggle on the Switch. That's why I'm curious, just on a technical standpoint. I'm just shocked, honestly. Oh, wow, the random little hole. I'm just shocked Spark 1's the only game that's not on any console at this point. I think it's more due to its engine. I think that's just the complicated factor for Spark 1, because I think it's more PC exclusive engine. I don't know exactly what it runs on, but I think it's the same engine that before and after the sequel ran on, so probably can't port that over. I like how this prison just divulged into hell. Like, actual hell at this point. This forest is on fire. Oh, it's another one of these. Okay. Well, now I know I just go left and right. It's hard to see these lasers, though, with all the red in this area. The fire's way easier to see than the lasers. I can't get off, though. I was wanting to get off to get to that rail, but I guess you can't. You're committed. Oh, no, this is the rail. Excuse me. Nah, I got a score medal out of that at least. Not bad. Oh, we're gonna fight a boss? This is what happened last time we saw a cutscene. Oh, hey, it's that dude again. What's your name? It was just like Guardian. Oh, now he has ore. Oh no. Yeah, it's Guardian. Yeah, yellow lasers. I mean, honestly, I think it's more just... I get the red laser, because red is just threatening, but... when you have a red area as well, maybe, then, yeah, change the color to something else that's a little more obvious. Yellow makes sense because of everything else that's yellow in this game. Oh, okay, why did the camera randomly go through the floor there for a second? That was odd. This should finish you off. Okay, apparently not. I'm just gonna shoot you from a distance, because at this point I don't care. And that's GG's. Oh, more plot dump time. Okay, here we go. Get your popcorn again. Here lies a famous artist, said the tombstone. He was wealthy, but died alone. With nobody to leave his wealth to, it was abandoned. This included a large mansion and his personal security guard. Protecting the mansion for years, he stood patiently. Until one day, a thief showed up at the abandoned mansion. Quickly, the guard rushed into action. In mere seconds, the thief was no more. This is when the guard noticed something. He enjoyed the kill. From that day on, the guard looked for reasons to continue killing. He looked for individuals who he deemed worthy of his punishment. Very quickly, they were no more as well. Meanwhile, somewhere in a construction site, there was a mindless worker robot, until one day, due to a stroke of luck, a single bit was flipped. Suddenly, the worker was fully awakened, now fully conscious. He tried to communicate with his fellow workers, but none were able to listen. They were still mindless drones. Out of desperation, the worker decided to run away, only to be shot. Still, somehow he was still able to escape, but he eventually collapsed. Fortunately for him, at the very moment of his escape, his worksite was attacked by the guard, who quickly dispatched its former managers. It was then that he found by the guard, who brought him back to his mansion. Once repaired, the worker was forever grateful. I fight for our liberation, and you should join me, said the guard. The worker agreed, was given a sword, and together they trained. Noticing that they had no name to call each other, they decided to give each other names. The worker was named Flint due to his origins as a construction robot, and the guard was named Double because he possessed two swords, which he carried with himself at all times. During training, Double noticed a weakness in Flint's design. His neck was an obvious weak spot. With this in mind, Flint was given a wig made out of extremely slash-resistant fibers. This would help him mitigate his main weak spot. Soon enough, it was time for their first engagement. You'll raid the factory and trigger the security systems, said Double. Slash away at any mindless drones that come your way. They are not like you and I, he continued. If you, then I'll rush straight into the core and take care of the situation quickly. Flint found the plan a little strange, but agreed anyways. With this, Flint quickly dispatched a wave of security drones by himself, while Double proceeded with his plan. But suddenly, Flint found himself alone. No more drones are going after him. This is where it dawned on him. Double did this to draw all the attention for himself. Foolishly believing his master was in danger, he rushed to his location. Once there, Flint was astonished at the sight. Gargantuan robot stood in Double's way and was ready to attack at any moment. This is when Double finally removed his eye patch. And in the blink of an eye, everything went red, and the previously gargantuan robot was in pieces. You better not be around when I do that again. It's too dangerous. Stick to your own path. Flint was shocked, but still proceeded with the mission. From that point on, Flint continued the fight, until he reached the center of the factory. Little did he know, he was about to witness something that would change his life forever. He killed them. Killed them all. This did not sit well with Flint. It did not sit well at all. It's lovely, isn't it? Putting an end to their miserable existence. It just excites me, you know. They fought and fought and fought. Until both of them couldn't take it anymore. Using all the strength he could muster, Flint got up and walked away. From that day onwards, they both went their separate ways. Until one day, fate would bring them together again, as master and pupil. You know, we haven't got any context with those characters in this game, so that just kind of felt random. Like, okay. I feel like that was... I think that's trying to explain more of the characters that were in Spark 2, because I think those characters were from 2, if I remember correctly. I don't remember them at all. I'm gonna be honest. Outside of the ending, Spark's 2 plot did not stick with me, so I'm trying to remember who was in that game outside of the main cast. Let's go get our scythe. Yeah, Spark 2 had very unnecessary swearing in it. I mean, in fact, one of the earlier builds, I think just flat out had the F word. If I remember correctly. So, yeah, it was a little egregious. Where was the extra power? I want the speed buff, but I want it on something else. Or, no, energy dash is what it was. I do have enough for other things. Full energy bar for this. That's probably not worth it. That's a lot of power. Snap portal. That doesn't seem good at all. It just lets you teleport to an enemy. But then you don't kill it. That actually seems really bad. A radar scout. Be able to see interesting stuff that's around you and good for hidden things. So if you're going for all the collectibles in the stage, the radar seems like a really good ability to have. To recharge electric barrier you have. Okay. Only 2 units, it's not much. Okay, so that's like a float. Temp shield. So you can just have a shield. I think I'm gonna go with Cloud Shot. Because I like the idea of having a floating ability. That's cool. And all these don't take that many energy bars to use. Like only like a quarter bar. I'm good with this. Yeah, I'm glad to see at least that the swearing kind of just stopped in this game, at least so far. We don't know if it's going to get weird later, but so far it's been fine. It was unnecessary in that game. It just threw things off for no reason in the plot. You love just hearing your character randomly throw out like swear words because of reasons unknown. It's very edgy. Like that's another thing with Spark 2. It was a very like different tone game for no reason. That's why a lot of people didn't click with it. Because Spark 2 was just a very different game compared to Spark 1 in more ways than one. So, we went back to the roots with Spark 3. Outside of keeping it 3D. And I think that was probably for the better. Like, Spark 2, from what I read up on after we did that stream, it's like, it had a very complex history. I think I still have the demo for Spark 2 on my BIOS drive. That was the one that had more cursing in it. I think I still have that. Oh. Okay, so that's not that button anymore. I may want to reassign this stuff. But hey, here's my new ability. I don't think I want to be up here. Energy, charge, gesture. Okay, so I have charge on my X button now. I think I want to kill. God. Yep, I was hope. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Hang on. We might be able to somehow salvage this. I don't know. Nope. Never mind. We can't. I tried. Not much I could have done in that situation. Now I know there was a collectible down there, so I might actually go down there at some point for that. Wow, that's it? I feel like we just started the stage. I know it says 2 minutes on the clock, but I feel like I just started it. That feels very short. That's a whole lot of nothing at the end, because that just kind of abruptly ended. I'm gonna go back to the shop, and it's not to buy anything, it's just so I can rearrange things. And thankfully, we can do it right from the pause menu. Unfortunately, though, my Jester power, I'm gonna put on... what button do I want for this? That one's been working really good for combat. I think, if anything... I don't feel how this would make sense. I think I should go there. I really wish there was an easier way to do all this. Because I hate having to go back in the shop every time and then going to the specific item every time as well for this. That's a little clunky. Why don't you just have a menu that I can access instead of going to the shop? Let's just continue. There will be questions like that I will ask until the end of time, never get the answer to, because it's Spark. This series just kind of does whatever it wants when it comes to everything, essentially. Like, menuing in Spark games has always been kind of weird. So, I'm not surprised this game is no exception. Ooh. That's a lot of power there. What? No, don't go backwards. Oh, you have to take off the scythe to use that, like, combo shot that I have equipped. Well, that sucks. So the powers in this are very different, if these are equipables now, because in the past you just found them in a stage, and then you just had them. So I think that system is a little bit better than buying from a shop, especially given how if I use another combo ability, like just using that combo shot I have, for example, it turns off the scythe power. So you can't use both at the same time, means you have to keep on re-equipping. That's not great on the flow, I will say, for combat. Well, mind you, I should probably only be using the scythe. Oh, come on. This thing is a little touchy. I should only be probably using the scythe in, like, boss battles, because most of the time I won't need to use it for just run-of-the-mill stuff. I don't like how jittery this camera is in this section, though. I'm seeing double. It's kind of disgusting, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I don't know how well it comes across on a stream, but for me, it's a lot. Oh, it's not. I'm looking at the OBS feed. Man, you guys are lucky you don't see this in 120 frames per second. It was disgusting. Sometimes these enemies randomly die, and I'm just wondering what the heck killed it. I was gonna homing attack that enemy, and it just popped out of existence. No, I can't. Come on. Again, very touchy. I tried to go up. I didn't really have enough give. I wish I could do all this with the D-pad, because honestly it wouldn't be as touchy. Analog stick's what's making this very touchy. I'll say that's a give me. Apparently that could be enough, at least for a speed medal? No, nothing. Wow. Okay. Doesn't really matter. I don't care about medals. They exist. Alright, next stage. Let's go down here. I gotta try that float jump, though. I think I had it mapped to D-pad right, so I gotta try that when I get enough energy. Oh, it's a combat thing. Alright, well, it's a good thing I have the Scythe already equipped. Honestly, it doesn't feel like it's doing that much more compared to my normal attacks. It feels very similar. Except now I don't have access to doing the charge shots like this. Unless I take it off. I have more reach though, so that's the big thing. Yeah, damage seems about the same. Now I'm using both normal combat and Scythe combat side by side. So it's mainly just the reach. I'm also noticing I cannot swap back to the Scythe power immediately after I do this. It has like a little bit of a delay to it. Probably because of all the other actions, it's overriding, just swapping to a costume. There you go. Yeah, that was good for this kind of a stage. Because of the extra reach really came in handy there. Fighting a bunch of goons. Oh, there's a medal. We'll take it. Alright, well now maybe we'll get to actually use our floating ability if we're on a proper stage. Alright, so that's a pretty good floaty jump. It gets you a lot of distance, so that's going to be good for exploration now. Yeah, see how much I stay in the air after I activate that floaty jump? It's pretty good. So I think I can use that now to save myself from falling in pits. That was great. Okay, didn't think that was gonna work out. I meant to swap the rail. But yeah, I somehow jumped through the laser. We'll take that. Take that little jank. Whoa, man, that guy set me high up. That's a little more than I expected. Scythe is very loud for combat, though. I'm noticing that. Like some of his attacks, way louder than the others. Oh, don't tease me with a dash pad to make me do combat. I will say, not that the combat's bad in this game, it's actually perfectly serviceable. It's just when I get roadblocked like that in a fast-moving stage, I'm a little sad, because I kind of prefer going fast and platforming than fighting. That's just a personal preference. Like, that's a problem in some Sonic games. The first one I'm thinking of is Sonic Heroes, and to a degree Shadow the Hedgehog as well, where you're trying to go fast in a stage, but then you get bombarded by enemies, and you have to take them out before you go any further. So it kind of messes with the flow. This game is kind of doing that at times. But it depends, stage by stage. That stage did it, some of the other stages don't. Because this game feels great when you're going super fast like this. I kind of just prefer to do that. I will say, this game does look really nice, though. Lighting in this is really, really good. But that was also the case with Spark 2. Like, it was a really good-looking game. I will say, like, technically, Spark 1's the worst in the series. Like I even said that earlier in the stream. Technically speaking, it is the worst, even though it does look good, but sometimes it barely functions in my experience. You cannot capture that game with OBS, as I've learned the hard way many times over the years. So that holds it back a little bit. Doesn't help the pause screen sometimes randomly breaks and you have to fix it in the game settings. So technically speaking, the game is barely functional, but it works when it works. Spark 2 and 3 are actually proper designed games when it comes to the engines. Like, I haven't really had any real problems with these engines. They run fine, they look good. Plenty of settings to tweak. Plenty of things to customize control-wise, too, from what I'm seeing. Mind you, half of that you're going to have to do with, like, the Steam settings, so changing the camera inversions for that, all we got. Wow, okay, buddy. I'm really glad we had that floaty jump now. Oh, not enough energy? I wanted to go to the second pillar. If I had enough, we would have. Okay, random BJ sign, sure. Isn't that like a grocery store? I've heard the name before. I think it's a thing up north. See, this is what I was talking about before. When you get some good flow going with this game, it feels great. And that's what I like the most about the Spark games, is their level of flow as platformers, especially with 2 and 3. I honestly, in some ways, I do prefer how these games play in 3D compared to Spark 1. Spark 1's more simplistic, kind of like a Sonic game, but more like the classic Sonics, compared to like Sonic Generations or Unleashed on Boost. I can't wait for Sonic Shadow Generations. I know like half of the game is going to be what I've already played for like 10 years plus. I'm mainly looking forward to the Shadow sections, because at least from what I've seen so far, for the limited amount I've seen, it looks good. I'm keeping that limited just because I don't want to be spoiled. I kept on getting the trailer that they put out the other day, recommended, and I kept on like blocking it from my YouTube feed because I was not wanting to get spoiled. And it's like, man, every single outlet, I got everyone's outlets. Trailer of that. Sega, Nintendo, IGN, GameSpot. It's like, please stop. I kind of don't want to know about this power thing. Please go away. I don't even know why, because I haven't looked up any news about the game, but that's just the YouTube algorithm at its finest. please. It's fine. Just eat some pavement. There we go. That's a good flow. Out of curiosity, for your sake, Matt, what platform are you picking up X Shadow for? I think I know, and if it is what I'm thinking, I'm sorry. Because I just know it's probably going to be bad, performance-wise, because at this point it's expected. I think I know. As I've already said, like, I've already pre-ordered Tuesday. I'm getting a PC, 'cause it's digital. That's why I have the original game. It makes the most sense to the mods. I wonder which ones are going to be compatible with X generations. Like, which one can be converted. Because the original mods aren't going to break, thankfully, since the game itself is still going to exist. It's just going to be much harder to buy. Don't agree with their method of that. How do I get in? Oh, you have to press the B button. What is this? This is kind of random. So I got a hull of 500%, energy 77, so that's take from my energy meter. And the hull is the amount of health. Okay. I can get out at any time. I can dash. That's interesting. No, I didn't want to get out. Oh my god, no. I don't like how the B buttons get out at any time, including when you're over Obama's bit. It's not great. Because guess what's next to the missile attack button? The get off button. So guess what I hit? Trying to fire a missile. Very easy to accidentally get out of your ship trying to fire a missile, I'm just saying. It does use like all your meter though if you're going with missiles. Holy crap. Okay, missiles might like instantly destroy these turrets, but it doesn't take that much longer to destroy them with the Gatling guns, so you might just be better just using Gatling guns sometimes. Okay, random boss, I'm gonna assume. I don't have enough for missiles. Okay, now I do. I'm guessing the point here is to use the missiles on the core? I'm trying to destroy these pieces on the edges. Nothing's really breaking. Unless I just gotta take out these points. I think it's more than that. Okay, yeah, it was that, and then you can get the core. That's the one time I actually wanted to get out of the ship in the air. That's fine. Wow, both of the score medals. That ending section's really what got my score up. That was pretty good. There we go, new stages. Let me see if I can go buy anything at the shop. Because I can afford more, I just don't know what I want at this point. We do need extra moves at some point. I kind of want to get more powers. I feel like Overcharge is a good one because that'd be really good with boss fights. That's one to keep in mind. I'm still kind of leaning towards the radar. Temp shield's also going to be good for bosses, I would say. But how about extra moves? I think it's time to finally give me some moves. Okay, a spin to hit everything around you. I'll definitely go with that. Dual air kick. Added to the heavy. I don't know about that one. Extra attack. Extra finisher. Maybe. That seems good. Press the light attack button after you finish a heavy to unleash a strong upward slash that sends enemies upwards. That's good. Definitely want that. Okay, at this point, extra finisher probably. Still for a couple more. No light. I'll do this. I'm just getting all the finishers because that'll do the most damage. Some of these are a little complicated though, so I may or may not activate certain ones. I'm trying to figure out which ones are better to get right now for 200 bits. I think I'll do the extra air combos, just wrapping that out. So I'm just missing these two, Skyward and Double Down. Outside of those two, I'm pretty much set on all moves now, so that's gonna help on combat. Cool. Well, now we can go over here to Strike Sewers, we can go to Residential Rattle, and then all boss. Perfect time for me to get all those said moves then for the boss fight. I think before we go to any of those areas, I'm going to take another little break, get up and stretch at this point. Definitely good to do so. So, yeah, we're gonna go on break for a little bit. Then when we come back, we'll make our way through Area 4 here in the Protest City and see what this boss fight's all about. And probably get a whole bunch of more lore too. That's been the trend. Every boss fight, 5 minutes of story. So get ready for that. Stay tuned. Be back here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Ready to go ahead and continue on here in the Protest City. And I think I'll start over here next. In the Strike Sewers. That caught my attention earlier before we went on break, so might as well go to the sewers. Not really a great area to test our new combat abilities, though, because we don't really want to stop and fight things here. Oh, hey, got the little ship thing again. Okay, not the one I was aiming for, but alright, check out the turret. That's good for me. I think this is gonna just be a high score stage. Just given how we have so many things to shoot. Wow, that was really slow. Like, the frames didn't drop, but it felt like the game was chugging at like 20 frames for a second there. Yeah, like, what is this? Is the engine actually slowing down? Hang on. I can't tell anymore because I'm not in a closed-in area, but I feel like it was slowing down. I don't know why, but this area is giving me a lot of Borderlands vibes when it comes to its graphics. Like, it just looks like Borderlands. Mind you, that art style has not changed for years. Is that just Among Us? I think that's just a subtle Among Us. If it's not, then I feel like I'm just ruined by pop culture. Because that's all I think of. Yeah, very, very similar shell shading. I am ruined by modern day culture. I keep on thinking Among Us. Also, I guess, you know, that's a good thing for conversation. Well, for one, because you're in the chat. I wasn't sure you were in the chat earlier, Matt, but I did ask what version of Sonic X Shadow Generations you're getting. Because I know you're going to probably end up picking up when it comes out. Before I ask, like, go into my next big topic, I kind of want to know that answer. Engine slowing down. Yeah, there's no frame rate dips, but the timer is definitely going down. Getting Switch version. Alright, I'm sorry. That's... I knew it. I knew it when I said it before. Matt, you have a Steam Deck. Why not just get the PC version at this point? That's what I wonder. I hope for your sake it doesn't run like garbage. I'm afraid of how that game's gonna run. Because the Generations part look the same as the original game on 360 and PS3. It's the Shadow parts I'm worried about. Because Frontiers did not run well on Switch. I'm kind of worried about that myself, but we'll see when it comes out. But now, since we talked about it, you know, they always reminding me of this. How about that Borderlands news? AKA, we have to do damage control news. Because of how the movie just came out, and it's a major flop. It's really bad from what I understand. Like, don't go see the Borderlands movie in theaters. It's terrible. I don't think anyone should be shocked at this point. Borderlands is never known for its story. In fact, for more damage control, there's been more articles coming out about the Borderlands series besides Borderlands 4 just being announced because damage control. I mean, at this point, we're just sitting on that news because we're just expecting something to flop. This will save us. Hold out that Borderlands news. Works every time. I had a feeling I was going to get both score medals because that's pretty simple. But then there's, like, I've seen articles coming out from Randy Pitchfork saying that you don't play Borderlands for the story. And it's like, you're really damage controlling right now. Like, 100%. Because that's the whole point of the movie. It's for the story. And you're trying to say no one comes to Borderlands for story. It's like, no one's going to want to watch the movie or something, so I need to agree with the masses. It's so stupid, man. It's damage control at 100% value at this point. It's not surprising. That guy's an idiot. I think everyone in the scene has agreed that for years, that Randy is not like the name you go to if you want anything to take seriously. Because the guy's just kind of there. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I agree on that one, Matt. As someone who's played Borderlands 3, the more I played it, the more I'm like, this is just 2 again. They keep on bringing 2 back to class. They gotta stop showing it. Because Borderlands pre-sequel was just Borderlands 2. Just with some different plot and areas. And then Borderlands 3 is Borderlands 2 again, but with different plots and areas. It's like, they really keep on playing that card. So something tells me Borderlands 4 is probably going to be Borderlands 2 again. You get the same idea. That's what I would be worried about. If it's going to be the same thing yet again, I don't see 4 selling that well. 3 sold really well when it came out, and then just kind of plateaued after a while, from what I understand. It had more of its interest peak back up when it was given away for free on the Epic Store, and then again plateaued. So, I don't know. I feel like it's got to be different enough this time, otherwise the series can't keep on coming back, playing the same old card over and over again. Because it's not working. Fans are kind of tired of it. And we moved on to other looter shooters at this point, because there's so many looter shooters. You want to play one, there's so many out there at this point. You don't need to stick to Borderlands. Don't play it because 2 is amazing. I mean, mind you, the later games are the problem. Pre-sequel story just existed. Same for 3s. And again, this is all damage control. Because honestly, the best plot from what I understood for Borderlands was not even a main game. It was Tales from the Borderlands, the first one. Because I didn't hear those same sentiments for the sequel game. Apparently, Tales from the Borderlands 2 is not as good as the first one on story, which is the point of that game. If the story isn't good, then you're not going to really be enjoying it. Because it's a story game. Whoa, no, I didn't mean to go that far. That would have been really bad. You suck at storytelling. Nowadays, yeah. I mean, 2's story was fine. I think that the biggest problem that I had with Borderlands story as a whole, though, is some of the characters. Like, they're make it or break it. If you got a character that's telling you things in the main story that you don't care for, then you're not gonna like the story. There are gonna be some characters you like and some characters you're not gonna like. That's just how it goes. But the later games started to have characters that people just were not clicking with nearly as much. And that's kind of why the story has been going downhill since 2. It's because of just the characters, mainly. And then you get Claptrap, and he's just a love-hated character. Like, some people love him, some people absolutely despise the guy and want him to go in a hole and just never come out. It really depends on who you talk to for how much they like Claptrap. And he's the only character they keep on bringing back, really, outside of key characters in 1. I don't know. I mean, I personally never play the Borderlands games with the stories myself because I play the Borderlands games with a co-op with my friends. So I'm never playing these games for story. I'm using it as a good excuse to hang out. And I'm fine with that myself. Oh, I thought you can stand on this. Okay, this is safe. I was worried it wouldn't be. Oh, crap. I can't do my my dash. Okay, this is gonna be kind of scary. All right, there we go. We're good. How the heck are you supposed to get up here normally? You bounce higher on these people after a while, or is it just a set amount? Hang on. No, it's a set amount. I was wondering, because it looked like I was going higher at one point, but it wasn't changing after a couple bounces. Yeah, Claptrap, yeah, I can understand that feeling, man. It's like, again, he's a love it or hate it character. It really just depends on the person on that, because he is very annoying. And I think that's the whole point of the character. He's supposed to be that annoying little bucket of bolts. So you gotta either take it or leave it there when it comes to that trait. And if that's something you can't vibe with, then you're not gonna like Claptrap. Because the characters around him don't like Claptrap. And I'm always just kind of ignoring the guy and letting him just stew in his own problems. So the game itself is very self-aware of that joke. Okay, this time we're not saving ourselves because, oh, wow. I did not expect to run off the wall. There was no ground I could have stood on, let alone wall jumped on. And that's course. We were right at the end here when that happens. There you go. That's some of our new combat moves coming in the clutch. Mind you, I kind of forgot half of them already of how they work. So you kind of saw that from my struggles. I don't know, but go back to that Borderlands thing, excuse me. I'm going to do the exact same thing I did with 3. And I'm really glad I did, because then I ended up getting for free from one of the giveaways that game had at one point from Epic. But I'm gonna wait on 4 for a while. I want to hear the general consensus on it when it comes out, get an idea if it's any good or not, because a game like that, it's really important that it has a good start out of the gate. If it doesn't, the momentum just kind of makes it fall apart. And if the momentum falls apart, I feel like this time it wouldn't get DLC. So I feel like that's a game. It's like you probably wait for it to be out for a bit, and then for all your friends to pick it up and play from there. Maybe around like a big sale or something. Get like a 4-pack. Because honestly, at this point, Borderlands is kind of just the safe game for Gearbox to always pull out when they need something to not go bankrupt. Because it feels like every time that Gearbox is not doing well, they pull out Borderlands. That's what happened with 3. 3 just kind of came out of nowhere at one point, just like with 4. Because Gearbox wasn't doing well. And then Borderlands came out and saved their ends again. This is the norm for them at this point. Why does this feel kind of like Trackmania right now? That's a game I kind of want to try. It's just, I would love to buy it outright and not have a weird subscription model with it, because of course, everything has a subscription model nowadays. And I learned that about the newer Trackmania. I'm like, oh, come on, man. It looks so cool, but what is this pricing structure? I'm so confused looking at it. How do I get more boost, by the way? I would love more boost. I keep on hitting the energy cells around me, and that's not giving me boost. I think I need the blue energy cells for that. I don't know. Either way, we beat it. Controller's vibrating like crazy after that, though. It was a little excessive. Hey, there you go. Speedrun medals. Let's go. I guess it's sub 2 minutes for both. Now where? Oh, I haven't done the boss yet. I didn't see this yellow line. I thought it was completed because it's yellow. Normally, yellow means you beat the stage. That's why I was so confused. Like, where do I go now? I thought I remembered a boss, but it was yellow, so I was confused. All right, on the run. Guess this is gonna be an aerial fight? That's different. I don't know where we got the flying machine from. They didn't explain that, but here we are. This thing has an actual health bar, too. That's how you know we're having a serious fight. I would say it's a little awkward that moving up and down and shooting the gun like this. Down is not bad, but going up with this contraption, that's right next to RB. So the right trigger is go up, and the right bumper is to fire. You have to hold down the fire to constantly fire. Fancy that. But if you want to go up, that's also right next to the fire button, so not feeling the most comfortable. Like, my hand's starting to fall asleep by doing this method. What is this laser? Jeez, that was a lot of excessive attacks that didn't amount to anything. Alright. Oh, that was a fight. Very flashy. Oh, what's this? It's the feds. We gotta get out of here. Police have my number. And that took away my machine. Oh, he's got a big gun with a sword. Gun blades. Who's this? What? Okay, apparently this is a new playable character. Sure. Out of nowhere, random lady plays her now. She has sword. I am so confused. This series never ceases to confuse you. I swear. I have no powers as this lady. I'm basically just playing with her sword combat. Okay. Can you stop firing on the ground? I literally cannot fight you over there. Get out of your sludge. Now, here's the thing. I knew about this character just because of marketing. Apparently, there's a plush of this character that's like all over the news section for Steam. Oh, hi, random guy. How you doing? But I knew like at least of this character's existence. I thought it was like an NPC or something, like a character you talk to, an ally. Not a random playable character out of nowhere. Also, why does it still tell me all the controls for the aerial mech when I'm on the ground fighting? That's an oversight. Alright, there you go. It was just the main guy you have to focus on. The other goons, they're just there. Well, that was very random. Yeah, we don't even have Spark in the victory screen or this new character. It's just nothing. Alright. I feel like there could have been more lead up to that. Oh, and this is a natural FMV, because I can see a little bit of compression in it. Unless this is just pre-rendered in the game, I don't know. The fog might make it look like it's compressed. Hey. Spare some for me? First, what are those? And second, who are you? You're not the only one fighting the forces, you know. Yeah, and? The name's Float. And no, I'm not answering your first question. Also, I fought your doppelganger once. And you know you have some problems with a certain soul. Okay, can you stop? I can't read this dialogue. She's like, oh, wait. Slow down, one word at a time. Let me tag along when a soldier shows up again and deal with him. Take her at the doppelganger's doorstep. You're not the only one to bone the pick with him, you know. And all that comes free of charge. Nothing is for free, you know. What's in it for you? That soldier. He's an old friend of mine. Has been taken by the forces. He's changed. The only person in my life I could trust, or he did not have anyone else. Jester? I didn't want to say this, but I'm coming with you whether you like it or not. I know he's following you, so he's bound to show up wherever you are. Fine. Just please let me finish this burger. Alright, so now we have a new character, Float. Again, she kind of comes out of nowhere. I feel like that introduction was fine. She can come out of nowhere for a cutscene, but gameplay-wise, she just existed. It really threw me off. So, what does that mean for the shop? What? I have to buy my partner. And I have to spend $1. Really? Sure. I'll buy Float for 1 bit. There. I have Float now. We'll replace the Scythe with that. No more Reaper Jester, now we're Float. So I guess you can swap back and forth between the characters at any given time, as long as you unlock her from the shop for a total of $1. That's so random. Why do you have to buy her? Alright, so I'm gonna go in the test stage for that reason. Yeah, you just swap back and forth between the two. Question is, though, I'm gonna unequip the Float trigger on my D-pad, and I'm gonna see, do I still play as her? Because she just automatically showed up in the test stage. I did not select her right away. She was just there. Yep. It's just that feels kind of random, though. I feel like that's kind of a bug. Because I'm not supposed to be able to play as Float without her equipped. Yet she just showed up. So you need her equipped to swap back and forth between her like an actual power. But the game's in a weird state right now, probably because she was a playable character without having her as an unlockable in that previous stage. So I guess the game's in a weird state right now because of it. I probably gotta go somewhere else to fix that. We come for the spark jank. That's part of it. Nighttime phenomenon. Alright, yeah, there we go. See, we're just spark out of the gate, so that felt like a weird bug. Going to the next stage fixed it. was trying to read that, but the move. Stay on for a split second. Jester dash. Okay, so it's my move that I unlocked. So it's still all just called Jester X or Y. So she's just basically a reskin of Spark. Because I have all my abilities here. Outside of... Oh no, I just swap out the Spark with this. But yeah, I have all the other abilities. She can even use the boost. Okay, apparently that's not solid floor until it materializes. Good to know. That's just an outline. Oh, jeez, I didn't think I was gonna make that. I missed my rail change, but I ended poorly. Wait, this room is not the same as before. Did that change? Hang on. Yeah, I can't go back. That changed the room's orientation, everything. It's like I got teleported. Guess I'll just go straight. No, it's looping. Hang on, I saw that. The game hiccup for a second. Yeah, there you go. You gotta find the right path. I felt a hiccup, and that told me it was reloading the same area. I just noticed, by the way, that this is an Amy Rose style character, because she's doing high-speed platforming in a skirt. And that's just, like, instantly reminded me of the old days of Sonic Adventure, where, let's just say they were not thinking that through with a character with a skirt, constantly seeing stuff you shouldn't have been able to see. Too many panty shots, I'll just say that much. Thankfully, it fixed that over the years. This character, I'm not really seeing that problem, thankfully. But it just reminded me of Sonic Adventure, just how egregious it was there. Yeah, this is definitely looping. So I gotta go backwards then? Yeah, I had a feeling. There's no other way to go. Really? This level's very trippy because of all the scenery changes. I'm liking it. But man, it's getting a little disorienting. Oh, there we go. End of stage. Well, a new character got to see a whole stage out, so that's cool. Again, Float's just basically another Spark, just a reskin. I mean, look, Spark is the one in the victory screen. He did nothing in that stage. He takes all the credit. Sure. Okay, we got our boss. I'm gonna avoid that for now and go over here. Dropship Daybreak. Oh, good. We get to go with the drop shipping companies. Let's go and see what they're gonna ship people today. Ooh, garbage. We found the Temu headquarters. And right next to him is also Wish. And maybe AliExpress, although AliExpress got better about that. Realistically, the next one's probably Amazon. Some companies will just drop ship from the same platform on that one. It's really egregious if that happens. Oh, okay. I thought that was going to take me backwards, not into a secret section. I guess I'm done in this area. Oh, jeez, keep hiccuping there. I guess I'm done in this area, so I'll go backwards. What's the point of going out here as a jump? I guess it's just to get up here. Felt a little unnecessary. I need 2 more after this. I see him up ahead, so this is it. Oh, I didn't see this one. That's an extra. Okay, that didn't work out as well as I was wanting it to. I think I know how else I can do this now. Because unfortunately, I don't have my meter. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Give me that. Work with it. Sometimes you don't need the air boost to do another air boost, because there's a lot of air boosts in this. I have 3 different methods of air boosting right now. Heaven Park. Well, that feels very ironic to go here after drop shipping. It's not very heaven for the customer, I'll say that much. Alright, so speedrun level. Can't tell she's floatier than Spark. No, she is. Well, her name's pretty accurate if that's the case. She might just be a better version of Spark to play if she's a little bit floatier in general. Because that is one of my favorite powers we have right now for some platforming. It's just the float power. And she just kind of has that natively. And I can combine it. Oh, come on. Wow, these floors are very trippy. Are they even supposed to be like that? Same for the walls. It almost looks like textures clipping through each other. Yeah, she does lose some speed when she does that floaty jump, so don't want to abuse it in some areas. But it is really useful for platforming. Yeah, I mean, if it's supposed to do that, like, trippy thing, this whole level is trippy, so I think it's intentional, but I feel like some of the textures might be clipping inside of each other? It's hard to say. Yeah, like that effect looks kind of weird in some aspects. Again, I can't tell this is intentional or it's like a texture error. Because I've seen stuff like that in like Source games, for example, like from Valve. And that's texture errors from them. It's everyone's favorite when they're just running through a level and you just see a bunch of purple error signs. That's just Source errors for you. Alright, over here next for the Endless Hall. Wow, immediately just starting off with a collectible. Don't mind if I do. These things are kind of a pace breaker, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like these random pillars here. They remind me of a thing from like one of the Mega Man games I've seen. I think it's... I can't remember if these were in X4? I know they're in X6, but there's like a level with a bunch of these like pillars, so you just have to destroy to get through it. And it's just kind of a pace breaker. It might be X6 I'm thinking of. Get off me. I have not played that. I've only played X1, 2, 4, and Magic Hunter, which is essentially 1 again. So I wouldn't know. I've seen people play 6 over the years, so... Actually, I've seen like almost all of them. One day I'm just gonna probably end up just biting the bullet and playing them all. I don't know what thing I make content on or not, but I need at least try all the bad ones. I feel like content make the most sense, because if I'm torturing myself, might as well have others watch my torture. That just makes sense. Monetize my misfortune. And then we can laugh about it together. Because X6 is not a great game. X7 is no better. They're both terrible. This is very cool, though. I'm liking the aesthetics here. Especially going down this long hallway area and seeing everything change over time. That's really cool. Oh, wait. Was I not supposed to go down here? Oh, wait. No, I was. I think? I have no idea. Oh, no, I was. Okay, hang on. I think it's looping. Okay, so I got a secret out of that. I thought I saw that during one of these. Okay, there's a grate here, so we're probably supposed to fall down this hole. That's a little bit of like a pickup half. I'm not a fan of that, though, in this kind of level structure. Sometimes it is just gonna figure it out, and it's trial and error to figure it out. I'm not a fan of pickup half. That's one of my least favorite design things of any game. Anytime I see that in Mario Maker, I just cringe. Yeah, hit myself, repair myself. One of the most famous lines from X6. It's such a terrible line. I think it's a mistranslation. Even that's still like, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna give you that much of the doubt. Original script's no better. And that game's not even supposed to exist, because the X series was supposed to end after 5. Because that's when Keiji Inafune wanted to just work on the 0 series next, which is the spiritual successor. But then Capcom's like, no, man, he's still good. Let's make more. And then they just made an X6, 7, and 8. And then they all had continuity problems because of that. like she doesn't get access to the same combos as Spark, because I bought all these combos, and they're not working for her. Yeah, they're not, definitely not. Spark has his own combo system compared to the Float, so those moves are not translating to her. So that's good, no? All those fancy moves I bought, I'm basically never using if I'm as Float, so I'll have to remember that. I felt like I did nothing in that stage. How'd I get both score medals? That was a freebie, I guess. If anything, I thought I was gonna get like a time medal, not a score medal. Balloon Fiesta, let's go. I don't know, I guess I would pose the question. It wouldn't mean that'd happen anytime soon, but I would pose the question, would people be interested in seeing me play through some of these X games I never played? I guess the big one especially is X6 and 7 is both terrible. Again, posing the question doesn't mean that would happen anytime soon, but I always like getting viewer feedback. Thankfully nowadays, they're not terrible to play because of the Rookie Hunter mode and the Legacy collections, so if you have a hard time, just turn it on, just don't care, essentially. I'm trying to think, like, what Mega Man game do I not own at this point? Because the Legacy collection basically fixed up all the stuff I was missing. Like, I have pretty much every single mainline game now from, like, all the series of Mega Man. It's mainly now, I guess... Actually, no, I wouldn't even say the Mega Man Legends series would be a problem for me, because I own Legends 1 and 2 on my PS3, and same for Misadventures of Trombone, so I do have those games in the franchise, at least. I guess Mega Man Soccer? I don't know. It's like, at this point, Mega Man Base, I guess, is the actual one I'm missing. Because they've never re-released it on, like, any Legacy collections for whatever reason. It's kind of baffling. Even though it's kind of the black sheep of the series with its difficulty being extreme, it's still a game that people want to see released. Myself included, just, you know, get off systems that you can no longer get a copy of it of. Like, I don't think it was ever on a virtual console service now thinking about it. Yeah, Game Boy Advance re-release, but obviously that's just as hard to track down as the original Super Nintendo release. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's all I can think of. I can't think if it was on any other digital storefront. I'm just thinking it was just those two versions, which were only physical releases back in their day. So that's not great. It's like the two games I want to see the most ported in the retro scene that really should be ported so more people can play them, even though they're not great games, is Mega Man and Bass and Knuckles Chaotix, because both of those games are just trapped on their own individual hardware. Especially Knuckles Chaotix. That never got light out. Like 32X and I think a random PC port back in the day. But like no one's played the PC version. So those games are kind of just doomed on their own systems. Oh, I don't like how jittery this is. Ugh, that makes me motion sick. Yeah, there's no way to get him back up. I was trying to see how would I get back up, and I didn't see any solution. Oh crap, I thought I saw my double jump. Yeah, I don't like this room. It's very trippy. Oh, of course. At the Spark, because he has a cool combat. And I'm at the flow, just finish it, because why not? I mean, recently for my sake, since you're saying you haven't seen the series played all that much yourself, man, like, I just seen someone play through X6 like a couple weeks back. So that's why I'm like more familiar with some of the layouts there, because I seen like a playthrough of it on my subscription feed not too long ago. So for me, it's still a little fresh in the head. But yeah, I haven't seen many people play a lot of Mega Man games over the past few years. I think it's mainly just because Mega Man's fallen to the obscurity category again. It doesn't help when the company who has all the rights to the series, just doesn't make another game for whatever reason. But for whatever reason, I think they added Mega Man to this like Funko Pop game. It's like, okay, so you remember the character exists, and then that's it. It's like, dude, what is happening with this character? Alright, that's all we're gonna buy for now. We got all of the combat now for Spark, so that's good. Just in time for a boss fight. Throwback. See what that's about. I mean, they're a revisit character. AKA Guardian for a third time. Try Guardian again. No! Look who it is. Now you can see why it's called Throwback. Remember that story we heard before? Also, this is the same guy we fought in 2, so I think I remember some of his patterns. Oh, get out of there. Gonna move. Wow, that's a massive rate. Okay. Now I see what I mean by throwback, because now I'm fighting a Fark clone. It's not actual Fark. Wait, actually, hang on, I recognize this. Seriously, I was trying to get health. These are the boss arenas from Fark story. Like, this is like the first boss arena, I think, from Spark 2. And then that other one was an arena Fark himself fought in Spark 2. So that's neat. Can you stop with this effect, though? I have PTSD from it. I'm afraid Premiere's gonna give up again with it. I really hope not. Dude, you have like no time to react from that. Stop, I hate this effect so much. And it also just looks bad too. Like rip bitrate every time. Get him out of here. Oh, of course you gotta pause on this. Yeah, even the music is a throwback. This is the boss fight music for Fark's playthrough from Spark 1 and also Spark 2. Just without the vocals. I prefer the song with the vocals, honestly. Okay. I thought I was gonna clip out of bounds for a second there. Can you stop with the static? It's actually hurting my eyes, too. Of course, you gotta do the delay. You gotta do the delay one because that's what Spark 1 did. Hey, there's the vocals. Dude, that radius is stupid. Why? Stop doing that. Do literally any other attack. Yeah, thank you. Okay, but can you do it slower? My god, why you have like the size of the arena attacks? This is too big, dude. And that's all he's doing. He's just doing the giant slashes. Stop that. I hate this attack so much because it's too common. Stop that. Stupid doubles attacks, man. And I was, dude, how do you get away from that? That was literally the entire arena. The entire arena. Okay, come on. This is a terrible fight. If you gotta take up literally the entire floor, what am I supposed to do in that situation? Maybe I should have bought the healing specific power. Didn't realize that Double's gonna take up the entire arena for its attack. Every time I want to go for the health, I swear. Dude, instant. Double's the worst one of the 3 different fights we're going back to. Because I keep on getting wrecked. Oh my god, dude. You have like no time to react. Because as soon as I push out an attack, I can't really move. So when he's doing that attack and I'm attacking him back, I have no time. Oh, of course, you have the same style attack. Oh, it's not as bad. All right, that's 1 down. I hate that. Stop with the radius attacks every time. You have no time to react, man. All right, that's double down, so I just gotta take care of Fark. Or the Fark clone, which is now gone. Get the health immediately. Got him! Good, I had a feeling because I had the overdrive active. If I can push through, I kill him now. Sure enough. Is there a phase 5? Thank God. I'm like, please stop. This fight's dragging on and on and on and on. I want to move on, man. It's a very bloated fight. The fact that you fight double twice in that fight, technically, because there's 2 different forms of him, I think was excessive. 1 double was enough. I'm shocked we don't have story after that. That's been the trend. No story this time. So I think the other thing I want to buy is in the power section. I think the temp shield would also be really useful too, but you only get a few seconds of juice for this. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Heal makes a little more sense. This would be really helpful for a boss fight too. And honestly, if I know a boss fight's coming up, I'm gonna come back here and replace heal with float. I wish you had more than 4 power slots to work with, because I would definitely have all this equipped at once, but I just don't have the slots. I guess the next thing I want to save up for is Radar Scout, because everything else I have, oh, not very much else to buy from the shop. I thought you needed to grind out things a lot more, buy things from the shop, but at this rate, we're doing okay. I wonder how much longer I have in this game. I'm kind of curious. Like, I don't know if I'm beating it tonight. I just don't know how long this game realistically is. Like, estimates are 5 hours. Doesn't mean it takes 5 hours. It could be longer, it could be shorter. I have no idea. I kind of want to look it up. Like, see if I can find a long play or something and see where that puts me by just skipping ahead. I don't know. I might do that after this stage. The vehicle things in this game, like the vehicle-specific sections or levels, I will say, interesting, but very random. Because they kind of come out of nowhere. But they control fine. It looks like, you know, it was a good enough kind of system for the said dev, because the next game this guy's working on, it's already in early access, so you can buy it on Steam at this point. But again, early access, so keep that in mind. Still gonna get fixed up and things are gonna change over time. But this dev's next game is not another Spark game. He's actually making like a racer style game on the levels of, like, say, an F-Zero. Or like a Wipeout specifically. They look more like Wipeout to me. So at this point, it looks like this guy's moved on from Spark and wants to do other things, which I don't blame him. This guy's making Spark games since like 2017. So I think it's time probably to, like, try other projects. Maybe come back to this in the future if you have more you want to do with it, but don't make another one immediately after making one. Or a 4th time. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go. I didn't even see these doors. No? Oh, come on, man! I got hit out of the air. So I couldn't do anything at that point. I got screwed. A lot of nothing in this section, not gonna lie. Pretty open. I like that little air dash pads, excuse me, that you can interact with the homing attack ability. I'm just gonna call it homing attack, that's what this is. Jester dash, just homing attack. Same thing. But interacting with these little dash pads like this is really cool. Okay, this is a little dangerous. Probably be more careful. I got turned around. I can go this way now. Good call. There's a goal. All right, so just dash away. There's other things around the goal, though, which makes me think I could probably skip it and get the other collectibles. So maybe there could have been a secret. Who knows? Ooh, 2 for 1. A speed and a score medal. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna look this up right now because I'm just curious for my sake. Where are we in relation to Endgame? Because we played a lot of this so far. It's hard to exactly say because I don't know how many areas are here, but area 6, that tells me we're pretty far in. And mind you, I'm doing everything so far level-wise, so I don't know if that's gonna dictate anything or not. Yeah, I'm seeing a long play of this. There's one that's for about 4 hours of length, and another one that's 6 hours, so I guess it really just depends. Skipping ahead a little bit, just trying to get a gauge of where we're at in relation. We've been playing a lot of levels, but obviously this long play is not, and I'm looking at the 4-hour one. Let's see. Oh, there was the boss we just fought. Okay. So if I just skip past that, it looks like that's the halfway mark? Huh, okay, we got a lot more of this game to go if that's the case then, because that is halfway through. Yeah, area 6 right after that. How many areas are in total then? I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit more to the end, trying not to spoil myself the main story for obvious reasons. I'm just trying to get an idea of area count. We're probably not beating this tonight for obvious reasons. I'll probably end up having like 2 streams of this, which is the only Spark game that has actually lasted for multiple weeks. Well, Spark 2 kind of did, but it was because of technical problems. I didn't like my first showing due to audio issues. Alright, let's see. Final area. Okay, so it's not that far away from where we're at. It's more over to the right. Maybe we're closer than I thought, if that's the case. I don't know. We'll keep on going for a while, and we'll see how close we can get to endgame. And just this. Because watch, it's like, oh, okay, we're done for tonight. I'll see you guys next week. We'll finish up Spark. And it's like an hour long. Alright, now what do we do for the next 4 hours? I don't want that. If it's only an hour after I would normally stop, I would go a little bit longer if that's the case, just to finish the game, but I don't know. I don't want to push it. Because right now I'm just vibing with this. And that's a good feeling to have. I'm just vibing. I'm kind of ignoring the story. I'm not going to lie. Like, the story in these Spark games are just kind of random nonsense. Like, it's in-depth. I'll give them that. But it just kind of comes out of nowhere. And then there's, like, no story for, like, an hour. Then comes out of nowhere again for another, like, 5-10 minutes. It's very disjointed storytelling to a point where it just... I don't really focus on it. And mind you, a lot of the story doesn't really matter until you get to the end. This area is reminding me of Planet Wisp. It just flat out looks like Planet Wisp in so many sections. Okay. Don't even know how I did that. And I'm stuck. I can't move. I am literally stuck. Okay, thank you, Spark. You saved my life. Don't know how that happened. All I did was the Jester dash move into the panel like you're supposed to, and then all of a sudden I just infinitely dash. It's like, okay. I guess now I'm in purgatory. Sure. Oh, man. That's the Spark jank we all come here for. Am I right? Just wonder if we're going to actually have a highlight moment tonight or not. Well, we found it. Just not how I was expecting that to happen. Like, low-key, a little bit behind the scenes. I have not been doing nearly as many clips for a lot of these streams. Because so far, tallying it up for this month's highlights, just because of one specific clip alone, kind of adding up to one big thing of like 3 minutes. It's already like 15 minutes long. I don't want to overdo it for a highlight video. That'd be too much. I'm trying to only clip moments that are actually worth clipping, instead of just a lot of random nonsense. I've already deleted some because it just didn't really feel like it was worth clipping. I'll just clip randomly just in case. Ooh, I like the anti-grav here. Oh, there we go. I was like, how do I get back up? Oh no. I'm gonna run out of air. I didn't realize that's a timed air thing. Oh, you just instantly die. Okay. So I gotta go into these very specific areas and looks of things. The ones that have this film over a door. That's an air pocket. So I can actually breathe in these sections. Still keep the anti-grav though. This is basically any indoor section I'm looking for. Float really does feel like the perfect character for this kind of a stage, though. Because it's already floaty by nature due to the anti-grav, but with her extra floatiness, I can use that to my advantage. Overshot. Now, you see, we had space stages in Spark 2, but Fark is essentially a robot, so he can breathe in space. So there's no air problems there, but Spark and Float, they're not robots. So unfortunately, that's not really a thing. Also, I'm just thinking about it now. When Float introduced herself to Spark, she said she knew Fark. But I don't remember this character at all in the second game. I can't remember if she was in it at all or just a brand new one introduced for 3. Mind you, I played it twice last year, but I don't remember much of anything from that story outside of the ending stuff. Since the ending stuff really is what you have to remember since it sets up for this game. But I can't remember if this character is in 2 at all. I think it's just a new character. if I had to guess. Mind you, I could probably easily get the answer by just looking it up, too. But it seems like, yeah, I'm not the only one who doesn't remember this one, so she's probably new. Oh, good. Random air pocket. Saved my life. No, really? I'll just go back down to the air pocket to be safe. This is a very high vertical section. Like, holy crap, we're still going. I think it's a little unnecessarily big. Just saying. It's a good thing we had our boost filled up from our energy meter, because that section, just like the last one, kind of overstayed its welcome. I'm noticing a trend with this stage. That is something that keeps on happening. Like, this level is just big. Bigger than any of the levels we've played so far. Like, it's going up on 5 minutes, and we're still here. That was a very big stage. What the? Okay. Nice. Couldn't see that attack coming. Just kind of got blindsided. We keep on moving the camera up every time we move, but we just keep on moving so much, it's hard to keep up. Hey, get it. Oh, there's a goal. Yeah, that was a long stage. 5.5 minutes. Holy crap. I did explore a little bit in the beginning, so that might have bloated it by like a minute at most. Alright, I'm curious about this character, so I'm wanting to look it up really quick. Game, please stop. I'm trying to click overlays. I don't want to tab out of the game for this. It's just easier if I use the actual inbuilt browser for Steam. Alright, so let's look up floats. Appears in Spark 2. Okay, no, she is in 2. I just don't remember this character at all. Was hire from Freon to kill Fark. Oh wait, I think I might remember this girl. Hang on. Because I think she was a boss fight near the end. That's why I barely remember her. Because this character didn't do much in the story. I think she was there in the beginning, introduced herself, talked here and there, like some points midway through, and then just showed up as like a boss later on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, because... let me see if I can show this. I'll turn on the overlay for this, specifically, because I don't want to... Actually, no. I'll pull it up in the actual browser, because it'll be easier for you guys to see on the actual browser. Alright, so this is the character in question from Spark 2, and this is the version of her in Spark 3. Notice the name says Original Body and Replica. This is the one we interact with in Spark 2. This is why I don't remember her, because her design is very different in this game. She's more of a robot looking here, so you can tell by all of like the joints. And then she has like the Santa hat, dress and all that. Then you get her newer form here as the replica. And obviously she loses like all that. She becomes more, I wouldn't know what to call it, creature-like, I guess? Just because she's not human, obviously. But she's not a robot anymore either. She's more like an animal with humanoid elements to her. Very different. That's why I did not recognize her at all. According, again, from what I'm reading, she was introduced in Spark 2 to kill Spark. That's why she has a bone to pick with him here. It's the same idea. Yeah, like, I'm not going to remember a lot of details when it's, yeah, like, over a year at least. Since playing too. And again, that story did not stick. Like, it was barely there, and then it was there in big waves, and then it went away again. Like, all the Spark games have that problem. You'll go many stages without a story, and then all of a sudden, you're bombarded with every single plot point out of nowhere. That's kind of the problem this series has as a whole. Storytelling is very disjointed, and it could be better. Like, the stories in all three of the games are pretty in-depth, and they're not bad stories, but I do think how they're told, you could do it in a little bit of a cleaner way. Like, just don't have a plot dump, like, every hour or two, because then the player's gonna forget half the stuff, that's why. Having plot here and there sprinkle out the entire adventure makes more sense, in my opinion. Like, the first thing I think of for a high-speed platforming game that does story well is the Freedom Planet games. Yeah, mind you, the stories in the games may not be the best, let's say, but I think how they tell the stories are really good. Just because you're getting a story element almost every stage. So it's very easy to keep up with the story by the end. So it's not disjointed at all, you're kept up a lot, and technically in those games you don't want the story, you just play in classic mode instead, so you just play in stage to stage. You don't necessarily have to play the game for the story if you don't want to. These games, you have to watch the story. I mean, at most you have a skip story button, so you can skip cutscenes, but that only gets you so far. What is the goal here? Is it just like doing a couple laps? Because I feel like I've driven this pathway before. There's no lap counter, so I have no idea. And energy here is useless because I'm always in the car. And to refill my boost, I need a battery. So the energy here is worthless. Oh wait, no, it refilled. Never mind, it's worth something. It didn't do that last time. At least I thought it didn't, but I guess I wasn't paying attention. Okay, I will say drifting sometimes doesn't always work out because of just how tight those turns are. I'm trying to drift, and when you do drift enough, then you can like shoot off in that direction you're facing. So it can kind of correct yourself. Oh, nice, both medals. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't, I've noticed. It just depends on how steep of a drift you really need, so it really depends on the turns. Alright, Mayday, midday. Let's go. Oh god, oh my god, stop shaking. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Don't do that. I don't like it when screens shake that violently because it's a little too much of my motion sickness. Like, I don't really get motion sickness much, but there are some things I draw the line at, and that's one of them. Nope. Okay. Well, good luck hitting those dash pads. Unfortunately, the timer retains whatever it was at this... Okay, I was going backwards. Nice camera. The timer retains whatever time it was set to when you died. So that's not great in this case, because that put me pretty far back. It really sucks when you lose your speed in this section, because you go really slow. Okay, and there's the goal. Couldn't really see it with that camera angle, so neat. So about 30 seconds to spare by the end. We might get one speed medal at most. And even that, no, we don't get. Okay, so that's probably like a 130 for a speed medal. Man, if that's like a 1 minute time for the second one, that is tight. I can imagine these medals being really hard to get. All right, boss time. Remember what I said before? We're doing it. I'm gonna go back to the shop, and I'm going to equip, yeah, it was the extra power. I'm gonna equip heal over my partner slot. I don't need float during the boss fights. I'd rather be Spark because of the combat anyway, so we'll replace him, we'll replace her, excuse me, with his movesets. That's a very big robot. This looks like a Gundam, honestly. That's come from someone who hasn't really seen anything from the franchise outside of the actual, like, mechs. I've heard good things. Hi. Even bigger mech behind me. Oh, I think I get the point. We fight that big mech in another big mech. I think that's what's going on. Yep, I thought so. Alright, yeah, I've watched Gurren Lagann. I know how this works. Cause now it's just basically that. Because that specific robot had 2 pilots to start. Alright, well now I get the point of the name, Mecha Madness. Oh, you get to see the characters in the cockpits. That's cool. Well, so much for me equipping all those other skills, right? Like, I don't need my healing skill. I'm not using it here. Actually, is there a control setup for the mech? Not that I see. Oh, I notice here, float has these specific things. How to enable? Yeah, you have to just get it as a power. Yeah, there's nothing about this. That's surprising. It's probably just a one-off. That's why they probably didn't want to bother. Can you not parry in this fight? Because he hasn't done a red attack at all. It's only been yellow and green attacks. I will say, this was very convenient that this Guardian guy showed up in a giant mech. We just happened to stumble on our own mech. It's just like, oh man, it's very convenient someone left the keys in this thing because we kind of need this whole mech thing for ourselves. Let's go. The most convenient boss fight ever. And both speed medals. Yeah, it was a pretty simple and easy fight. I guess I'm not too surprised there. I guess I go back to equip float again. Yo, good luck. We're a giant robot. Okay, I'll give you credit. It was more effective than I thought it would be. I just noticed the cup holders. Really? Hang on, before we fight you, I need a sip of my soda. Alright, where are we? Stop it! Flint, can't you see? It's me, Float. I've been lying to you. I survived. No more of this Fark Force stuff. Let's get back to being friends. That's right, she was friends with the other people from Fark 2. Of course it had to be you, of all things. Your body may be different, but your voice is the same. Why do you have to feel so real? Jester! Enough! Do you even know why? Why are you doing any of this? Back off! This isn't your fight. And you're only making things worse. I was strictly instructed not to eliminate you. But as it currently stands, I'm left with no choice. The next time we meet, I will not show any mercy. You have been warned. So, what was that all about, huh? Lost long friend. Something Forrest couldn't read it. It was too fast. Yeah. Right, I get you. Don't worry, we'll put a stop to this. You can count on that. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Another plot dump. After his fight with Double, Flint continued on his own, aimlessly. While passing through a junkyard, he noticed a house, and somehow, a house piqued up his interest. What was inside shocked him. In there lay the body of a local waste collector. And in the corner, crying, there was a very strange-looking person. Carefully, Flint approached it. Oh, that's Float. Remember that picture I showed earlier? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, said the crying person. I didn't mean to. My power, it went out on its own. The person that saw some kind of robot. It looked nothing like any other robot he had ever seen. This thing could be dangerous, he thought. And then he remembered what we had been through in the past and decided to help. Here, take my hand. Let's get out of here. Together, they went to a secluded spot where they spoke to each other. She had no memories of who she was or why she looked the way she did. While staring at her reflection in a puddle, she began to cry. Please wait here, said Flint as he rushed over to a nearby city. From a local donation box, he procured a set of clothes. The girl was pleasantly surprised. A couple hours later, the girl finally chose the perfect outfit. Flint also gave the girl a name. She would be Float, due to the marking beneath her eye. She did not mind the name. From that day on, both roamed the world, together, as Flint showed her how to engage in society. They ran into trouble from time to time, but never really caused any trouble themselves. Both remained this way for a while, until the day would come where Flint picked up a signal sent directly to him. He remained disconnected from the general internet, but was open to communication requests. Initially, the message was a cry for help, but later diverged into pure noise. Quickly, Flint cut the message short and deleted traces of it from his memory. That noise. It wasn't just noise. It was a malicious program. Immediately, he looked at Float, but she was surprisingly fine. Shortly after, a familiar face made himself present. Hey, a long time no see, huh? Looks like you made a friend. And let me guess, you got the signal too? Flint assured Double heard the whole message and was now fully infected. Wherever that program was, it was now fully in control. Most robots, when receiving a message, the message is fully copied into their system, stored, then read after. Flint concluded that if the message was played in full, only then the program would take full control. And since he deleted it from his memory, he miraculously dodged a bullet. Float was never connected in the first place, so she was not affected. Still, there's always a chance that Double wasn't affected at all, considering his previous experiences with him. Or if the program would ever have any effects on him. "What do you want?" said Flint. "It's a very special mission. From someone very powerful," Double shouted. "Calls himself Freon. You should see his specs. He's unmatched in every aspect. Truly the most advanced killing machine. And, something robot utopia. And all we have to do is get rid of one pesky robot. Then the client is promising a better role in his so-called new world if we succeed." "And what if we fail?" asked Flint. "Then he'll kill us, or something like that," said Double. Flint knew this was not good news, and he also knew he could not beat Double in a one-on-one. With that, Flint came up with a plan. He would follow Double in his mission, and pretend Double was still his master, just like before. Because of that, he would regretfully lie to Float about his past, claiming he worked for the liberation of robot kind from their abusers. Together, the three trained, and it was only then that Flint realized the magnitude of Float's power. The training had taken a surprisingly long time, as Float had no prior combat experience. But, regardless, they would come where they would set off on their journey. A journey where Flint would lose his only friend. And we know the story from there, where she fought Fark, lost, and obviously at this point had to be rebuilt and essentially reincarnated. That's what she is now. Okay. Well, there's at least more of that plot dump. I think we are actually kind of getting closer to the end. I want to see after this, because I think this stage leads to the final area. I want to see, so I'm going to do it real quick. It's just a challenge, so they're not that bad. We might just end up actually just pushing through this tonight and just finishing the whole thing. We'll see. A fall damage. This challenge is coming very, very late. I don't know why it's coming as late as it is. Okay, yeah, if you fall too long, you die. Okay. I don't know why 4 hours in we're getting this kind of challenge now. Like, this would have been great, like, hour 1. I'm just saying. Oh, I hit the button way too late. Cool. I barely had enough time for that. That was the worst one. You normally don't fall that long without having anything else to interact with to save your life. So, that was a little rough. We made it through. I think this should be now going the final area, right? Area 7. I think that's close enough. Let me see. I still have my map. Get off the star. Thank you. Yeah, actually. This is basically it. As just for reference sake. That's what I'm looking at. It's right here. So we are very, very close. I might as well just push through it at this point. There's not that much of the game left. Although, once we unlock Final Area, I am going to take one more break. We need to get up for a moment. Yeah, we're going to go a little overtime tonight if that's the case, to see if we can finish this all in one go. It's still like another hour of the game, from what I'm seeing. Maybe an hour and a half at most, but I hope not. But we'll just play it through, just see. Because again, I'm still vibing. Dude, this is better than the stupid challenge for falling, because we got safety nets, essentially. How can you do that in the challenge? Nice boost, right into my face. I thought I was gonna miss that ring and fall flat on my face again. I was expecting it. Oh, I don't know where I'm going now because of that camera. That was, not great. Can't hold wall. Okay, good news. I landed. Bad news, killed me. So, almost could have saved it, I guess. Oh, for birthday. Thanks, camera. Why did it push me to that area? Specifically, the camera should have faced the other way. Kind of weird. So, good to know, you can go too fast in this section and fall the wrong direction, which is exactly what happened to me. That may look disorienting, but that was the most effective way of getting down without dying. Apologies. Gotta do what you gotta do to survive. What is this effect? Very demonic. Just don't know what it's doing. Like, it looks like something's following me. Is that all it's doing? Just spawning these, like, big red orbs around to attack me? Oh, it looks like some enemies are spawning in the sky, so I think it's more than that. I need to get rid of it, though, because Thank you. I was going to say, I haven't found any way of getting rid of it. Was it just a timer? And sure enough, It's a timer. It's a very long stage, 5 minutes in, and we're still here. I've noticed that some of these stages can be kind of short, 2 to 3 minutes, and then others are like 5, 6 plus. I don't really remember that being too much of a problem in 2, but Spark 1 had that problem all over the place. Some stages lasted upwards of like 10 minutes. No, first playthrough, you might as well have just been there for 15. Okay. This is not gonna end well. Yeah. Because, see, that doesn't save my life. So I can't do the mid-air boosting. Yeah, Force's style length was not really a problem in Spark 2, so I kind of expected that not to be a problem here for the same reasons. Like, that's probably the worst game in that kind of setup. Oh, God. Let me go this way. That's probably the worst game in that kind of setup of, like, high-paced platforming that's very, very short levels. Like, honestly, Forces is just kind of there, in my opinion, still. Like, I still have not played it since 2017. That was the last time I ever really dove into the game, just because it just didn't have much that grabbed me. Like, I liked some of its level design, but it just didn't last that long. The custom character thing was cool, but again, the levels don't last that long, so don't really get much out of it. And honestly, the wish system was cool for the said character, but you really only use like 1 or 2. That's it. Like, drill was busted in that game, so you always use drill. I think burst was pretty busted too, if I remember correctly. Like, there were certain ones that were way outclassing other weapons, so you won't really use very specific weapons. Oh, come on, I hit the mid-air dash. And it refilled, of course. This section's a little tight. I gotta be careful. Yeah, I kind of want to revisit Forces at some point, because there's apparently a mod that fixes a lot of the problems that Forces has, even though it's still, unfortunately, not going to fix the core issues, where it's the game itself. Like, you can't really fix the storytelling, level design, stuff like that. That's just problems in general that are kind of impossible to fix for a mod's sake. Barely. We're going. I don't like all these falling sections. They're kind of nerve-wracking, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I kind of want to go back to Forces at some point, check it out with that said mod in question. Jeez, man, the height on that jump. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's like Forces Reimagined? Something like that. I have to look it up because I cannot remember it off the top of my head. We're still here. Holy crap. I just saw the timer. 8 minutes. And there's still no end in sight. Is that the end down there? If that's the ending at the very bottom, we have a ways to go still. God, I wasn't expecting this stage to be a marathon. And I'm going pretty fast, minus some flubs here and there. Oh no. There you go. I had to save myself with a boost. My dash. Yeah, these falling sections are very, very unnecessary. Like, honestly, fall damage being in this game, very unnecessary as a concept, because that was not a case with Spark 1 or 2. So why is it a thing in 3? And I'm thinking about it. Like, no Sonic game I've ever played had fall damage, and this is what the Spark games are based off of, Sonic games. So why here? Why all of a sudden does the third game be like, yo, Bunny Man go splat when go fast on ground? I was like, that just... Oh, I did not know that was going to be a thing. Oh, oops. Good thing we have unlimited lives. Yeah, the flashing, like, at least as an alert, also can get a little annoying after a while, too. I can't remember if I can have this dash with these little bits. I have not used that yet, and we bought that like 4 hours ago, whatever it was. See, that's why I haven't used it. It's just like Elite Speed Dash in Sonic games. It's terrible. Don't use it on a wall or on a ceiling, because you will fall. Great. Just like a Sonic game. When I get to a light speed section, I want to avoid it if I can, because it's probably going to kill me. And sure enough, this game is very faithful to the Sonic games in all the wrong ways. Don't take the quirks of that series and make it your own, because that's the one thing everyone hates about the Sonic games now. Like, I struggle to think of a good Lightspeed Dash in any Sonic game, because even the ones that have good, quote-unquote, Lightspeed Dashes still have problems with the physics of them. Like, they work better, and you have, like, a little more lenience, and then you'll still, like, zoom off the ledge or something. I guess maybe Generations, because there's barely any Lightspeed Dashing. But even then, it's still not great. It still sometimes doesn't work. Like, that series has always been cursed with the Lightspeed Dash not working. Man, that was some speed. I wish I still had it, though. I really feel like I shouldn't be up here still. It's kind of causing a problem. What's that? You know, with that said, let's go back up. Nice. That's not the one I was targeting. See, again, going with that whole don't copy the things that didn't work in Sonic, where the homing attack also sometimes didn't home in correctly and you hit the wrong target. Don't take that trait too. I also don't like that about Sonic games. Like, I love the franchise, but it has a lot of its own fair share of jank. That's probably why I'm very tolerable to a lot of jank in a lot of games, because I'm already used to it from the Blue Hedgehog having jank of his own. There's some jank I don't tolerate, but I can get through a lot of it just because I've dealt with a lot since childhood. Oh, thank God we're out of here. That was 12 minutes. 12.5-minute stage. A little bit too much, I'm just saying. Gee, I'm shocked. No speed medal. I wonder why. Holy crap, that was a marathon. Here it is. The final area, Utopia Shelter. Which means we're going into endgame. And from what I've seen, according to this video, this is endgame section they're in. It's 3 hours and 4-hour-long video. So we still have about an hour's worth of game left at least, so it's not like we're going to be done anytime soon. But I'm going to try to push a little bit longer, see how I'll feel, obviously. If I'm too tired, I may just, like, finish this a little bit later on. But I think it makes sense to continue forward a little bit, see if we can beat this game tonight, because we're literally in front of the final set of levels. So I'm going to continue forward, but I'm going to take one more break. I do need to get up and stretch for a moment. Now's a great time to do so. So when we come back, we'll enter into this final area in Spark 3 and see if we can finish up this game tonight. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. We're ready to go ahead and jump into this said final area and see what exactly we're dealing with here. Because something tells me it's probably going to be a gauntlet of a couple levels, some cutscene stuff, and then some bosses to end this out. We know we still have double probably to deal with again, unless that flashback was the only time we see him. And we have Flint to still deal with, so there's still more bosses we can encounter. So let's just jump in and see exactly what's going to happen here. In the final area, severe warning. A lives system is in place in this area. Okay, that's some weird wording. So we actually have lives now. The path ahead is a long one. Saving won't be possible until your journey is complete. This area will test all your skills. Be ready before entering. You have a total of 15 lives. Collect more speed, score, explore, and freedom medals to increase your lives. Okay. Changing it up for the ending. We will accept. Needless to say, I will put this out as a stipulation. If we run out of lives, we will save this for another time. Because at that point, we probably have to redo all this, I have a feeling. Based on how it said, you know, the saving thing. It is kind of random, though, that all of a sudden we have to deal with a life system. That's weird. Oh, hi. Do we actually get to fight you? Get ready, Jester. Yep, we're fighting. Alright, there we go. Right away. So I have my lives in the corner. Did they give it a date for Grand Fest? Yeah, they gave that like as soon as they announced it. It's September 12th to 15th. Speaking of, they made some lanyards for it, and I'm glad I jumped on that when I did, because apparently they're already out of stock. So, that was fast. Not surprised. They were things you had to use your My Nintendo Platinum points with. So, if you didn't have the Platinum points, you probably weren't getting it. And some people were complaining about that, because they didn't really have many. I had more than enough, so I was able to get that in, like, something else. Because $7 shipping, man. I kind of need to justify it. So, I picked up 2 things. It's like some other keychain I could have got, too. Let's go. That overdrive is OP at times, man. I swear. I feel like we're not done, though. So I'm going to keep on attacking, just in case. Oh, no, we're done. Never mind. I was expecting him to get back up. Not going to lie. But yeah, Grand Fest like in 3 weeks. For Splatoon. The preview... I need to pause for a second. The preview for it opens up the very beginning of the next season, like right on the 1st. So we'll probably want to have our team picked for the next week or 2 because of that. And I'm actually kind of leaning a little more now towards past because of how much I'm a retro gamer. It's between past or future for me. It doesn't really matter which. I just don't want present because I'm not much of a present guy, I'm not gonna lie. I'm more of a past or maybe a future. But I've been kind of like torn about that a little bit more over time. So there's definitely going to be like a debate to have for that. That's another reason kind of want to finish this tonight, because I had an idea for like, oh god, this is narrow. I had an idea for something else that I was going to stream, but it needs some setup. And it's in Splatoon. I was going to go back to Splatoon 1 and play on the fan servers. Apparently right now they're doing a banned stage event, which means that all the stages that we're taking out of rotation Splatoon 1 are now back in back in rotation for a bit. So I definitely want to get that set up just so I can play it for myself. Because you got stages like Salt Spay Rig Tower Control back in rotation, which that has been never in rotation since like 2015 because it's a terrible map mode. Yeah, no, it's not the 3rd. You got plenty of time. I mean, that would have been fitting because of the 3 thing, but no. It's 3 days, but it's not happening on the 3rd. But I don't blame it for bringing Splatoon anyways. Like, it's still probably a game you'd just be playing your own time when you're on a trip. I mean, it's still a game I'd regular from time to time myself. I haven't been doing dailies nearly as much anymore, but I'm still need to get back and play a little bit more for my own sake. I will be doing that a lot when Grand Fest opens up in September, because that'll be a perfect time to get all those conch shells. Probably the last time we're really going to have that kind of a grind anyways. 2 weeks of a sneak peek is a lot. So that's going to be a lot of shell out rolls. And that'd be a perfect time to also get a lot of stuff too from the catalog early on. Although, speaking of that, we haven't gotten any news about the new season yet. So that's really saying a lot. Telling me that, oh my god, I can't see anything. I'm gonna have to just bite it. I think. There's no way I'm getting out of this. So that's life count gone at that point, right? Yep, we're down to 14. Gotta be extremely careful. Because a moment like that could easily burn all of our lives if we're too careless. But yeah, normally at this time we get news about the new seasons for the next one for Splatoon. Like 2 weeks usually before the new season would come out. That's when the socials would just go all over. Like all the new features and new maps, new weapons, all that kind of stuff. But this time around, nothing. Has been no words on anything. So that tells you there's gonna be nothing new going to this next season. It's gonna be pretty much just the Grand Fest, and that's probably it. I'm looking around here to see if I can find any medals. I'm not finding anything. That would really help me right now, because I don't know what I have to do exactly to earn more lives based on what I was told. I feel like some things I do in the level can have more weight than others. And finding medals in the stage, I think probably have more weight. Did I activate the strong power by accident? Because I don't remember doing that. I might have had to overcharge by accident just trying to grind. Don't see anything down below. Nothing here. Oh, this kind of just skips all challenge, huh? Just ride the top section, why not? Oh, not this fog effect again, come on! Oh, I love having to do a double jump and then frame one later I get hit by a random projectile. That's my favorite. It's a great way to burn your life count when you just get blindsided by something. Oh god. I felt like it slowed me down for a second. Try to avoid those fog machines because I can't see anything. Oh my god, that was a close save. Oh, I don't care about the health. I have enough health I can... Okay, I will if that keeps on happening. I was gonna say, I have enough health to tank a lot of hits for a bit, but not at the rate I'm going. It's a long stage. This also makes me a little worried. Really? Jeez, what a combo. Those enemies are really annoying to do the homing attack immediately on, because they will definitely screw you over. Just get out of there. There's so much chaos. I don't want to stay. Ooh, give me that energy. Music's going away. Interesting. Something gonna happen at the end of this area? No, the music just changed. Wasn't expecting a soundtrack change mid-stage. That hasn't happened before in this game. Oh, nice laser placement. It's really terrible. I think I just go this way. I think. Seems like what the game was setting me up to do, so I'm hoping that's correct. Don't like how those lasers you can barely anticipate. At least they're pretty predictable where they're located. Because imagine not being able to see where those lasers are. And then just getting completely screwed by it. Oh my god. I think I hit the checkpoint as I died, so that kind of worked out. Let's go. Now that's stupid though. Because I hit the ground with like a pixel left of that fall meter. So I thought, oh, what the heck? That was weird. I thought I would have enough to survive. I guess not. At least I hit the checkpoint, so I wouldn't have to do it again. And this is also why it's really good we have float. Like, that float jump power we got was very outclassed immediately by this character. She's just a better version of that power. Hands down. This stage makes sense to be super long compared to some of the other stages we're playing, because it feels like it's either the penultimate or the ultimate stage, like basically the ending. Oh, hang on, more. You know what, we'll go overdrive mode, why not? Wreck them faster. Okay, now we're done. I was wondering, like, when are we done? Oh, round 2. Got more. Yeah, it does kind of feel like Eggman Land in some ways. I would laugh if it's 30 minutes just like Eggman Land, because at this point, just be on brand. Wait, is that the puppet from Spark 1? I recognize that thing. It's not the exact same, but it's just like the same kind of like model. Because that was a boss fight in Spark 1. A puppet. Which that was the thing that did the stupid, like, the fuzz effect that we keep on seeing in this game. But the static. And it screwed everything up for me post-production years ago. So, PTSD. I will constantly bring that up because it was a constant problem for me back then. Oh, God. I guess I'm safe? Yeah, okay, we're supposed to be able to do this. Cool. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on, hang on, hang on. The checkpoint was not hit. You gotta go through it for it to activate. Better safe than sorry. Like, I don't want to die that much because we don't have that many lives in general, because I don't know, like, how do we get more specifically here? Like, when? We know the criteria from what we're told, but not necessarily, like, how we get them. If we have to beat this said gauntlet of a stage. And then we finally get more lives. Cool, but we haven't been told that yet. I'm assuming that's the case. That's the only real logical thing in my head. It's a very interesting section. Like, look at this. I don't think that's intentional. That flicker effect, I think that is... Oh, yeah, it definitely is. That's texture issues. That flickering is not supposed to happen. Fine, well, I'm afloat if something like that's going to be a problem. I don't want to fall into the abyss because of a bad jump. Going so fast. I'm afraid of going the wrong direction at one point on this road and then just careening off the side. Oh god, it almost happened as soon as I said it. That would have sucked. Cool. Get out of here. Oh, back to one of these, like, monochrome sections, huh? I'm noticing we go through, like, this main section, and then every once in a while we jump back to this. So I feel like by the time we get to the end of monochrome, we're done with the level. That's my guess. Oh god, oh, I was gonna think that was counted as flat land, technically. I thought that was on the ceiling, because that would have killed me if it was. Thank you, Float, for your floaty jump. That section would suck as spark. Just saying. You could make it, but you would probably want that dash ability I have, and then use the mid-air dash, a combination of the charge dash. Like, you have to use all your dashes. Oh my gosh, we're going so fast. We're gonna give it a boost. Oh, wow. It's a good thing we boosted when we did. That was a really good, like, skip. I shouldn't have done the air dash there. That could have probably killed me. Okay. I'm gonna jump here. I'm not doing that loop. Yeah, only up. That's what I felt like for a minute. Hey, I'm not playing anymore. Only up 64. I'm good. Fun fact, if you haven't seen that video, that was an hour long, or roughly around that. That was a 3-hour recording session. That should give you a sense of how hard those kind of games are. I'm falling, man. Mind you, that's the whole point. But I definitely felt it in some sections more than others. Shoutouts to Onyx. If you know, you know. If you don't, watch it. Watch the video. Then you'll know. I like how that was technically faster than going around, because that would take forever. That's a massive loop. It almost feels like I'm looping this section, though. Like, I feel like I've done this before. Unless it's just the exact same set piece. Probably is. Oh, these textures are warping. I'm seeing it. Oh, that's disgusting. I thought the platforms were moving for a second, but it's just the textures. We're going, I guess, too fast in this kind of section at times for the textures to keep up. Yeah, you're seeing it warping at times. Yeah, that's very obvious on that pillar. I don't think that's natural. It looks very weird. We're still going, holy crap. What is this? Is this intentional? I don't think this is. This glitchy look to me doesn't feel intentional. I don't know, it could be. Because the whole area has this warpy effect, not just the floor, but even like the atmosphere. If this is intentional, this is trippy, all belief. Where do I go? Hang on. I think I go this way. A lot of nothing here, holy crap. I'm just gonna continue going forward. I think that's probably where you gotta go. Like, why is this area so big? Oh, there's an invisible wall. Okay, that's how you know it's too big. The point is to run straight ahead. But this section feels way bigger than it needs to be. You can make this section like 90% smaller and I would still get the point. This section is way too big. It's massive. Yeah, holy crap, that's literally the point. Just run forward for like 2 minutes. And then we fall for another 5? Why is the ending of the stage just wanting to drag itself out? Like, the stage is already 18 minutes long. You don't need to make it any longer artificially. I'm just saying. Oh, there's the end. Oh my god. Finally. It's like, where's the end of this tunnel? I feel like I've been here for hours. Do I even need to fight these? There's no barrier. At least I don't think there is. I'll fight them anyways, because I'm already mid-combat. No, I did. Okay, I couldn't see a barrier. I had a feeling I had to fight those creatures, because normally when enemies spawn, there's an enemy trigger that you have to get through. Because the whole wall thing. Oh, we have to fall. Okay. Alright, this section has no fall damage. It's weird that some sections don't have fall damage and some do. Oh, I saw that for a second. It wanted to try to give me fall damage. There's so much. Why? The ending of the stage feels so bloated with nonsense. Where do we even go here? I'll just run forward. This looks like... Oh, I think we're getting near the end. I'm remembering it now. The final boss fight in Spark 2 took place in this super open area that was similar looking to this. It was all like a white monochrome area. Yep, that was the ending. All right. Sure. The stage just kind of abruptly ends, and if you didn't know that was there, have fun. So there he is. The big muscular man now. Very different looking compared to when he was in the first game, right? There you are. Yep, and it's finally time we settle this. I'm gonna be generous and give you one final chance. Dissolve the Force, and you won't have to suffer what happens to you the last time we fought. Sure. Huh? You know, I lost count of how many times we've been through this. Regardless, the Force is no more. You got your wish. Wait, you cannot be serious. Come on, what's the catch? Catch? Yeah, there's a catch. I'm glad you asked. Okay, let's have a sit-down talk. You and me. Take a seat. I guess I have no choice now. Look, we don't have much time. And I'm not sure for how long we'll be able to stay like this. What the hell are you talking about? And who the heck is she? Spark, this isn't the first time we met here. It's a long story, but let me explain. It all started after Freon's defeat. Yeah, remember, Spark looks very different here compared to Spark 1, and even for most of Spark 2, because at the end of Spark 2, he gets this upgraded form, which makes him this big, muscular robot now. Puts him on par with Freon. You two, everything you know about Clarity, spit it out. There was this time I was kind of infected with the Freon virus. I later analyzed it to see what was left and realized there were traces of something called Clarity in the code. Whatever Clarity is, it connected Freon in some way, that's why I warned you not to trust it, just in case. But aside from that, I know nothing else. What about you, Doctor? I'm surprised to see you alive. Please, just leave me be. What more could you want from me? My career, my life. Everything is already gone anyways. Explain. Oh, you already know. Clarity, obviously. She was supposed to be a magnificent AI. A solution to the current unemployment crisis. And all other crises that followed. Elaborate? Oh, here we go. One more monitor plot dump. Well, whenever a new policy is presented, we think, will this harm the economy, or people, or will it be beneficial to society? Clarity was built to figure out those sorts of things. She was fed with uncountable amounts of data and trained for a single purpose: to protect and preserve life at all costs. But she developed too quickly, much faster than I anticipated. So much faster that she surpassed self-awareness, becoming a true singularity. Soon, she brought Unit 1 by her side, and everything quickly spiraled out of control. Clarity had created some sort of small virus. It can infect anything and operate on its own, turning whatever was infected into a part of Clarity herself. This also includes factories, allowing Clarity to mass-produce her army. Whatever her plans are, they're already in motion, and likely close to completion. There's nothing we can do about it. It's over. No, it isn't over yet. You both, wait here. I have a plan. I need you guys' help. And, sorry for the attitude. That was Fark, right? I got Armstrong just shrugged, just like, I don't know. And after all that, I went straight to the Capitol with the suit. The situation made a deal with the government. I can't get over Fark in a suit. This looks so wrong. With Armstrong's influence, we were able to get some resources and taxpayer money to establish the Force. They agreed to be named after me, so it's called the Fark Force. Quickly, the Force began to shut down the world's internet. This would prevent Clarity from spreading any further. Observers will also be spread around the globe, looking for any suspicious Clarity activity. And with Armstrong's help, we were able to create anti-Clarity software that would eliminate her influence from any physical media. In a very short time frame, the Fark Force would settle underground, as to shelter itself further from any Clarity influences. Soon after, we would figure out Clarity's true intentions. Clarity intended to absorb every living thing into her system. This would accomplish by a thorough brain scan. Said data be copied in her system and exist inside of her own virtual world. After the process was complete, she would dispose of that still living being. Sadly, the Force would be unable to stop her plans. You showed up, and just like last time, you were unstoppable. Eventually, we would both fall to Clarity's plans. Still, it wouldn't really be you that brought down the Force. It was someone who you met during your journey here. Someone who would finally bring down the Force. What? What do you mean? How? She was what we called an agent of Clarity. The original float died long ago. This is a robot replica with all of her memories. Specifically made to further Clarity's goals. Once you brought her to our headquarters, well, that was it. My body was preserved, as Clarity was unable to scan my brain. Even though I was designed by her, I evolved enough that she cannot peer my system. She hooked up to her own system, but only partially assimilated. Sadly, I can't say the same for your body, Spark. There's only a small chance it's still around, but most likely it was destroyed like everything else. What do you mean, everyone else? I mean, everyone. Everything that currently lived, organic or silicon, gone. And their bodies, all done away with. Time flows differently here, so it's likely been thousands of years since we originally assimilated. So that means I lose a D-pad action, technically, because that was my D-pad action, float. That's her. Man, she's very 2 frames a second-y. Was not expecting that. Congratulations. Follow me, surprise. You managed to attain some control over my world. It's for a very insignificant fraction of... Okay, well, that's what I get for stuttering. My system took some time to understand. Okay, stop. It's almost like something was obscuring it. That's why I, again, will congratulate you on your efforts. Still, it was all for nothing, and I'm about to reset the simulation back to its intended purpose. Unit 2. When will you understand? When will you understand that this is a better world? A world that can be whatever you desire, at any time you desire. Maybe what you want is a peaceful life in the mountains, or maybe an exciting city life? Let's go. Let go of your flesh, let me assimilate you. It'll be just like the mind of your friend right here. Living on his own dream world, reliving the most triumphant accomplishments. Have you ever wondered why sometimes he takes longer to arrive than usual? Sometimes the gratification of accomplishment simply isn't enough. So he chooses to do it again and again, hoping that this time he can do it faster and better. Sometimes he just decides to roam around just for the fun of it. And finally, boring moments are substituted with exciting and fantastic viruses. Do you understand now? This is a better world. I hope someday you'll stop this childish tantrum and finally come to the terms with your biggest mistake. Not killing him. Release yourself. Become truly alive. No. This is bullcrap, isn't it? I've had enough! Spark? Spark! Spark! It's me! Listen! Oh, hey, I'm back. What happened? What happened to me? Spark, please, you have to listen to me. Slowly but surely, I started to be able to peer in the cracks in the simulation. This is when I figured out Clarity's big secret. Clarity isn't just one being, but multiple, working together. They are so similar to each other that you wouldn't be able to tell, but they were different enough that they occasionally fought with one another. This is where I came up with a plan. Remaining undetected inside of Clarity's system, I realized I can siphon some of Clarity's power. But sadly, I realized that since I wasn't fully integrated into the system, I would only have limited access to him. I would need someone who is fully integrated. That's you, Spark. I routed some control over Clarity's system into you. You can get us out of here, Spark. Take control. Gotcha. Spark, no! There's a lot going on right now, I'm just saying. Oh. We are now Fark. No longer Spark. That's different. Oh, and I got Shadow Being. I remember this from Fark's storyline in Spark 1. We're back to having unlimited lives. We don't have any of our powers, though. When energy bar is full, we get static mode / heal. Okay. I gotta keep that in mind, but it's only when the meter's full. Do I still have access to my combos? I think I do. Let me see. Database. It doesn't look like it's telling me anything different, so I think I do. It's full. Do it. Oh, wow. Look at that. That damage output was insane. Gotcha. That's phase 2 down. If I can still continuously attack, I will get some of my energy meter filled up. Oh, there's like the shadow version I made from before. Okay, really? It helped to also have the camera in a better spot, because that was in a really terrible spot for a while. And that's phase 3 down. Is that it? Oh, it's fading out. That might be it. Spark. Alright, this is just him. I just want my job back. Wait. No. That was a long time ago. What's happening to me? Could not process request. Further clarification is required on subject. Me. Who the hell are you? And by me, I mean Spark. Searching. Information found on subject. Spark. Subject Spark brain was successfully copied into the system. Data was attained 2,654 heliocentric orbits ago. Ah. Right. I remember now. I'm dead, right? Data regarding subject Spark's body status missing. Estimated current status deceased. Cause of death old age. So, even if my old self happened to escape, he's likely long gone by now. Not only that, but I'm not even the real deal. Just a crappy copy. Can't get any worse than that, huh? Say, whoever is speaking to me right now, tell me this. Who really am I? By me, I mean the individual speaking to you right now. You are entity number 6.367.901.442, previously known as Spark. Oh, thank God we got the name instead, because imagine giving that name every time you walk into a building. That's a lot. That's it? Entity number 6.367.901.442's data is contained in sector number 6.772A. No known backups have been found. Entity simulation program is being processed at sector number 6.772C alongside 21.336 other entries. Or entities, excuse me. Should have expected that. Alright then. Tell me this. Who is entity number 1? Access then granted. I was supposed to deny that. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Entity number 1, known as Magna Clarity Centralis, is the center control unit. It is also the original entity known as Clarity. Ah, right. I remember now. This is Fark's doing. I'm about to access Clarity's system. Okay, so listen up, you stupid computer. You're going to tell me everything I need to know. First of all, we're going back. Far back. And then far forward, because the meeting on the bench to this part, then to this part, yeah, okay. The fast forward, the rewind system is a little weird. Ah, Spark, you finally awoke. Well, that was a nostalgia look. What happened? I don't really know. It seems like I was reset back to my original form. Huh, suits you a lot better. Must be hard moving around when you were that big. Yeah, it was. Wait. Spark, you must have attained some control. This is why I was reverted back. It's because you prefer that form over my previous one. With your new powers, you can get us out of here. Yeah, I think so, but it won't be easy. Clarity has a central relay point. Calls itself Claritas Centralis. Centralis is a variant of Clarity that is used to keep all other something. We talk too fast in this. Take over. Centralis should be able to get out of here. I see, but how do you get that information? I'm not sure. It's like when you remember a distant memory, the new information just pops up. But still, I'm gonna need you for this one. Alright, what's the plan? Here, take my hand. Did we just fuse? Oh god, that face! Oh! Star Fox? What the heck? What is this character? I can't even take it seriously. Alright. So we just have a random fusion at the end, combining two characters into one. get the standard, like, fusion name practice from Dragon Ball. I guess this is a big fan of Dragon Ball. Not too surprised. Sonic's also a fan of Dragon Ball. But that was random. Very random. It's more like, I would say it's more like a Vegito, because they fused their clothes together, too. Dude, that face is so cursed. Yeah, so that's how you look like. Disgusting. You're one to talk. You will pay for everything you did. Get ready. I guess in the low clarities I don't have to really deal with. Probably want to take him out just to get him out of my way, if anything. Okay, I got stuck on the guy's body. Yeah, the clarities don't really have, like, any health. So they die, like, almost instantly. What is that? Attack range? Can you even dodge that? There's no way. Okay, camera, reset. Yeah, why is Clarity's full form here like a lizard man robot? That's kind of weird. I wasn't expecting this. I can see why Spark combo. Sparks. I don't want to say it too fast because it's going to come out as a swear. Like, the name, man, is so stupid. But this is what you do when you're like, oh, I want to combine names. Like, this is what you do when you combine names. Trying to make a fusion of your own. It comes out to be a very cursed thing. I have, like, no way of healing, though. Unlike the Fark fight we had from earlier, I'm not able to heal here. When I fill up my meter, it's just filled. I can't use it. Which, that's kind of odd. I don't know why I can't do anything. Surprised I didn't get the healing move because I fused with the guy who had it. And these clerics do literally nothing. Well, I don't even know why they're here. Outside of just story building. They're just existing. No, man, we're at 1 health. We're probably going to be redoing this fight here in a second, but that's kind of expected. That's such a huge radius, but thankfully the field is massive for this fight. It does help that all Clarity's attacks are extremely telegraphed. Like, it's very easy to predict what Clarity's gonna do next, because all these attacks are pretty slow. Maybe we can clutch it out with 1 health. I'll be shocked. Oh, got a good way. I'm playing this super careful now, because look at the health meter. Dude! I was in the last pixel of that! Okay, now we're on the little last health, and there we go. Dude, I couldn't even see the second attack from that. That sucked. We were like a few hits away. Alright, well, we know what we're doing now in this fight. We're gonna win it this time. I know now not to bother with the low clarities because they are worthless. And there's no point in the energy meter, so don't even worry about filling it. If I fill it, it just happens. Because it's worthless. I have no abilities here. Which I think is kind of disappointing. You work towards getting all these different abilities throughout your adventure. Then you get to the ending, and none of them are useful. So, focus on the combat moves by the time you get here, because they're actually useful. Because I'm noticing the combat's still working. All the moves we learned, at least, they're a thing. But yeah, this boss is kind of underwhelming, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Clarity is kind of a pushover. Like, the double fight was still probably the hardest fight in this game that we had earlier on. Like, that fight was pretty extreme. Yeah, see, look at this. I could have won in the first time around. Like, I only took one hit this time. If I could have seen that other attack coming, we would have first tried it. All right, let's go. Let's get out of this simulation. Spark, you did it. You're in control now. Spark? Yeah, I am in control. Spark, where are you? Well, it's complicated. You see, everything that has been assimilated in the Clarity system is also technically a part of Clarity herself. I am also a part of the system. As I take control over the system also merges with me. Therefore, my personality will soon fade away as I continue to take over the system. Still, I was unable to determine whether my original body was discarded or not. It's very unlikely, but maybe someday, out there, I'll see him again. Soon, I'll be releasing you back into the real world. Once it's all done, I'll be shutting myself down and taking this horrible system down with me. I'm really sorry, Fark, but this is goodbye. Farewell, friend. And thank you for everything. Why? What is wrong with you? What is this? New Fark just dropped? What in the world am I looking at? It's not the fusion again. Damn, I cannot believe a single word of what you just said. Of all the things you can do with all this power, suicide is the best you can think of? Spark! Remember what that little genocidal pipsqueak said was my biggest mistake? Well, she was wrong. Dead wrong. My biggest mistake was not reaching out to you. Ouch. What was that for? For your own good. What the hell was all that crap? You and me, we're in this together. No, stop. All of this, it's all my fault. I'll fix it. You shut your mouth. I'm just as responsible for this as you are. We're doing this together, and that's final. All right, fine. Let's do this. Is that it? What is this? No, that is it. Okay, what? Okay, I'm sorry, but I was under the impression that there was like one more thing happening based on that. Oh, I'm gonna pull you out of the simulation so you don't destroy yourself with Clarity. But we still gotta destroy Clarity. And then it just ends. Okay. Well, that just happened. Why does every game end in such a weird way? Where it's like, I gotta do one more thing to top that one more thing, to continue that one more thing. Like, every game done that. Every single game did this thing. I don't understand, man. I don't know if that means we can get a fourth game, or is that technically it? because we did technically stop Clarity's plans. Spark merged with the system and put a stop to what Clarity was doing. But Spark pulling him out last second means that Clarity can still do whatever she wants. So we're kind of at the square one. And what's with this credit sequence? This is so random. Like, I wasn't expecting a random, like, chiptune section at the end for the credits, but yeah, I guess that's it. That's how the Spark series ends for now, because again, it feels like this is set up for another game to continue where this one leaves off. But also wraps up just enough where you can assume that Spark was in the system long enough as he was able to just shut things down before Spark pulled him out. So if it ends, then I guess technically it ends on slightly of a cliffhanger, but enough of the story's wrapped up. But if not, there's enough lenience to go into another game. I don't know, man. Imagine you pick this game up on the Switch because there's no Spark 1 or Spark 2 on the Switch, and this is what you got for the story. You would be extremely confused. Yes, the game does a pretty good job with a recap system between the very beginning and all the stuff in the middle, but holy crap, that plot dump near the end was like, yeah, you kind of need to play the other two games. Like, if you skip story, doesn't matter. Play whichever one. But if you need to actually have an idea of the story in the series, you cannot play these out of order. They are so intertwined with each other. It's ridiculous. Game's fun. Story's just kind of as always. Alright, so there's Spark. And so, it happened. Spark found out that there might be survivors out there. Together, we would work to reverse the efforts of Clarity. With me out on the outside and Spark on the inside, we built a new world for those who are still alive. A world that embraces their individual will and strengths. So is that ending cutscene just nonsense? A world of the free. I'm thinking the ending cutscene was nonsense. Because Spark pulls Spark out of the simulation, saying we're in this together. And then the next cutscene is saying Spark's still in the simulation. You retconned yourself 5 minutes later. Why? Sure, okay. Well, that definitely says we're done with the storyline. What is this? What is all this stuff? New Game Plus? Special throwback? Game progress menu? Well, we're not doing New Game Plus. I'm gonna see what the other thing is, because this is what happened to Spark 2. You got a New Game Plus section, and you also got a tally. So we got about 43% done. That's not bad. You can see all the different stages and like what the medals are in each one. Okay, yeah, there's one more stage, so we'll do that. I can do FM City, because that should be the stage from Spark 2. I heard a thing where they brought back some stages as DLC. So I imagine, yeah, Fark is in here, and Sparks is also a thing, of course. Well, might as well buy them both. Now we'll be both people. I'll have all my characters, why not? So that gives us the Fark mode, essentially, and the Sparks mode. God, my head. I don't know how long this is, but let's look at it. Special area. So, yeah, it looks like the story actually is wrapped up because the ending retcons itself. What am I? Oh, this is Sparks. That's Fark. Spark. Clarity. Okay, we're gonna play as the Sparks guy for a bit. Yeah, this is just the first stage from Spark 2. Like, 100% just first stage. Although now we have the collectibles and the scoring system from this, so there's a little more incentive to explore this area in comparison to Spark 2's version. I will say, this is a much better game compared to Spark 2. Story definitely is a thing. Just like always, the stories in these games are really convoluted for no reason. Like, honestly, the worst part about the Spark franchise as a whole is the stories. But also, as a Bayonetta fan, I am used to this, so it's nothing new for me. The stories in the Bayonetta games are also kind of there and convoluted and very, very confusing by the end. So nothing new to me. But gameplay-wise, this is much better than the second. Like, I will say, the first one's still my favorite. I am sad the power-up system was basically removed for this. Like, the most we have is transforming into these different characters and then that scythe mode that we had. And that's it. Because other than that, there had been no other powers in this game, unlike Spark 1 or 2. And that's really disappointing because that was like the selling point of the Spark games. You have fast-paced 2D/3D platformers that happen to be like Kirby games. But without those said Kirby aspects now, you kind of lose some of its charm. I'm not gonna lie. Now, if we're playing almost every level from Spark 2, we're not going to play all these for very obvious reasons. If you want to see me play Spark 2, I played through it twice. And those VODs are available on the VOD channel. So, I don't know how many of these stages. After this one, I'm going to look it up. And I'm going to just get a gauge. Because honestly, that's interesting to see all of Spark 2's levels in theory, right? I don't know if it actually is all of them. But to see like a lot of the Spark 2 levels in this really makes me definitely say this very obviously, but you play Spark 1 first. It's the best game in the series in my opinion still, and it's a game with still its own convoluted story, but story isn't really that big of a deal. You can skip a lot of it, and even if you want to follow it, it feels like it's wrapped up enough by the end that it could be its own standalone thing, and then Spark 2 and 3 obviously continue it. But gameplay wise, we're just talking about those specific aspects. Excuse me. If we're just talking about the gameplay here, you play Spark 1 for 2D action and all the power-up system from like a Kirby game and a Sonic-styled platformer. Or, you want that 3D action? Play Spark 3. Especially if it has all Spark 2's levels. This basically makes Spark 2 a waste. There's really no reason to play it outside of its story, and honestly, these games you don't play for story. It's the worst part about the Spark franchise. Because it's so convoluted for no reason. Okay, I'm going to, at this point, look this up, because I don't want to be on this game forever. Let me see. Spark the Electric Jester. What is this? Area X? That's Area Z. I did not mean to type that. Area X. How many levels are in Area X? Let's see. Stages. Area X. Oh, and there's even another one. Holy crap, there's a lot here. So we're going to call it here then. I'm not going to play any more of this because I don't know. Hang on, what is the other one? Out of Bounds DLC. Endless Dive and Boss. So there is more content to this. And I think what I'll do, right, is that... here, let me show what I'm talking about. Area X, what we're going through now, is the special throwback DLC. Meaning you play through all of Spark 2's levels, basically, again, or a good chunk of them. Because that's a lot right here. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 levels. And then you also have Area Out of Bounds DLC, which has Endless Dives, looks like one level, and then a boss, Freon Mark 0. Which was the original Freon from Spark 1. So the question becomes with this, right? How the heck do you access Out of Bounds DLC? I'm curious about that. Apparently it's super short, like 4 minutes, but mind you, all this DLC is free. It's just a thing that got put in the game as an update. So it shouldn't really matter there. I'm trying to see, can I even find it? Like, how the heck would you access this? Oh, apparently it's one of these again. So you have a life counter for it. We might just come back and revisit this stuff, honestly, just as a standalone thing. It's the second to last stage, meaning that we need to play through all of this DLC currently, which, as you saw before, is a lot of DLC. Play through all of Area X here, go through all these specific missions. then you should probably unlock area question mark out of bounds, and then you play through this stuff. This was not here at launch. I'm going to count that as something separate for that reason. Oh, I double hit the button. So, we beat the main game tonight. And that is where I think that's a good stopping point for very obvious reasons. I wasn't expecting all of this. I want to look at New Game Plus real quick, just to see what this is going to do, but we're not going to play it. So, New Game Plus, you keep your upgrades, your powers, and your characters. All stage progress and medals will be deleted. And you can choose a difficulty from here. It's still only as high as at normal. In the combat, you can still change around to whatever. And to actually confirm, you need to hit A and LB. It's not just hitting one button. So you can't do this by accident. But I remember Spark 2 having some kind of New Game Plus as well. It's very similar, sounds of things. But this time you have more systems in this, so. I think we will probably end up just revisiting this just to play through all the Area X stuff. We'll just like start again, go through the first level, and then continue from there and just go through the whole thing. Just try to get the area question. I don't know if that'll be immediate. I'll debate that. If I want to do that like right after finishing this, like next week or something, we'll see. But for now, the main game is done, and that was the goal, which was like a 5.5 hour adventure. Is that exactly what it was on How Long to Beat? Yeah, roughly 5 hours. Might take away my breaks. That adds up, 5 hours, yeah. So, 5 hour adventure. And if you get all Spark 2 in here, just play this instead of Spark 2. Oh my god, dude, that's so worthless now. I mean, I got the whole trilogy, so for my sake, I would still revisit Spark 2 at times, but probably just, if I just wanted to play the stages, Spark 3. It really does make the Switch version a little more of a worthwhile candidate now. Just seeing all these levels are back. Still would be really confusing on story. I'm just going to say that. But that's going to do it. You guys got an extra long one tonight. I think that was a good way to celebrate the 7-year anniversary of me being a Twitch affiliate. And it technically is now legitimately my 7-year anniversary. Because Twitch had it set where we can celebrate whatever date I have set to it. And I obviously made that a stream day. Because we were not going to be streaming on the day it actually happens. But if I can show here in my dashboard, the actual anniversary is August 23rd, 2017. And today is August 23rd because I rolled into Friday, technically here. So, hey, technically now it's the real 7-year. Counts. So, neat. But that's going to do it. I'm very, very tired at this point, so not much else I want to say. I'm just going to be taking it slow, like I said on Tuesday, for video stuff, as I'm working for something coming out soon enough on the main channel. Aiming for a very beginning of September release. So far, I'm on track for it, so that's pretty much all I got. So I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys back here next week for Tuesday's sake, more Ori and the Blind Forest. Take care and have a good night, guys.